transfer stories or latest ones. Ebebremo will the Brian Obewura Wimbledon. Na enra match is a course na enya sem kitokra say ahifo na a qualify mo echo semi-finals no Carlos Alcaraz enra na one Cameron Norrie na enya sem kitwa kra ba o chere say oyepanimu the level no e was through ye papa 3 straight na odi man no sanso na Taylor Fritz and so a qualify don't me no de omo a qualify Ikakobo semi-finals. I'm for animal second Bia so Novak Djokovic. Oni Yannick Sinner and so with me a qualify na Ababekani Pamiuniho na a semi-final then. If I'm sure a Madian so saying and I could see a Tony above one in at the Brian. Enra FIFA Club World Cup. I can see a Kosovo America. And Yasem Ketua.
Team na ye. Team na ye. Oh, I pick Chelsea, I pick. Alpha brutal. Hey. Mariska ball.
Yeah, team na ye.
Oh, I pick.
Oh,
where the Munkasa. Oh, you're a Chelsea fan and be proud of your club.
All right. Chelsea. Drew final. Say sika omonyano be 18 million. And nyasam kitwa final game no kwa de be 30 million. And ebre omo nyasam kitwa na omo anywhere in the besia PSG and I say Real Madrid and so much and 7 p.m. Pepe ebe baso. But just stories no dozo. Na yenko Tony Montana ho na obobo ni nano e de Brian midweek edition of Midfield Action. Emre Asun Montana de Tony Ibn Masa Fachao
Jumewura Medasipi. Before see beko amanene no yembotewu ewo aboabo middle B enra intertribal football tournament no eto so enra na day 9 one game eba so Asante Shekabako a Fulani hentimi ante Richard Danso agogo ena enya spectacular free kick wa Kessben television no we Richard Danso of Nations FC former Wafa former national under 17 star Richard Danso agogo na ma free kick so a ode to net go no ekoye hyemiante Fulani ya omo entimi ante Danso to aso efa man of the match e intertribal football tournament ekoso ewo aboabo ene eye day 10 game a eba so
Sandra one boy
enra Fulani ni Asante.
Oh okay.
And a Nations FC player
okay,
Richard Danso
no bomber Asante
ono bomber Asante no shares are go we
okay.
And a players e buy no Kofi Agbesima of Samates e buy
okay.
And yenya a lot stars in the P na buy nti bechem center backs ni Bobby and one more day. And the match no a song guy any Bizanga and a song guy for and about 4 p.m. Ewa Boabo Middle B and a sa game no a basso and then so I was swame the B Nation and a job professionals and so a ball way a high profile friendly game 4 p.m. Ewa swame AstroTurf no so and a game Kessiano a basso DB Nation and a job professionals way so an agina na yet too far near in summer air cross so ewa monene a best chance here at the free Michael Buffer the legendary boxing ring announcer the voice so loud clear na otiemu a ote here we go na bibia de dem enra FIFA Club World Cup ono and a tia no ema game no shots mo bientie the legendary ring announcer Michael Buffer.
And the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! And the millions watching around.
Let's get ready to rumble and I just be beat the name enra and now obi ekwan mu ema game no so etimi shots here Chelsea share come here no Fluminense omo entimi ante semi-final 1 enra João Pedro 2 goals be a hit here no na FA Chelsea share come here no Fluminense omo entimi ante match highlights any goals e PM no and na ohwe our Kessben television so and then Real Madrid ebe ball against Paris Saint-Germain we no any Chelsea be share on Sunday about the grand finale into Chelsea abe the first club will do the finals of the FIFA Club World Cup. Chelsea omo journey no na ensure enye smooth sao omo first game omo share 2-0 second game omo lose 3-1 third game Chelsea share 3-0 fourth game omo share Benfica 4-1 round of 16 wɔn ɛkyɛ Palmeiras sɔmu 2-1 ɛna game ɛkɔɔ so nso Chelsea ɛhyɛ kamienu a Fluminense wɔn nso ɛntimi ante enti 6 matches a Chelsea abɔ no wɔn ɛwini 5 na wɔn ɛlusu baako wɔn ahyɛ 14 goals ɛna wɔn akɔnsidi 5 nti mo Kessben television no Joao Pedro, Chelsea new boy no, ni 2 goals for share no, and that more our Kessben television. So Gareth Bale, a former Real Madrid player, and na our pitch side, monitor niema, na or your pandit or boy Joao Pedro abaso, or 2 goals or the 2 net. Mumbiente Gareth Bale.
Whereas now they're kind of signing the players that they need rather than just whoever they want. So,
do you think we saw today with the goals that potentially they've got the player they needed? Joao Pedro scoring after 18 minutes, and this is a goal that, I mean, you would have been proud of, Gareth.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think, like I said, I think he wins the ball back here. And yeah, just having that confidence, he knows, like I said before, he probably wants to come in and make an impact straight away. It's his first start. And to have a strike like that on your debut.
Play a whole lot of confidence na ebetimi aye die we the first start na we join now so I hit 2 wonderful goals. Gareth Bale bought Joao Pedro abaso Mikel Obi Kasai or a former Chelsea player no say Chelsea strikers and say competitions abem ye papa sa competition no very very healthy boy wa benya nod ni bia no obe give you best mumyentie John Mikel Obi.
Listen, all I've said, I think it's important we have a competition in the team. It's very important. You know, Gareth, how it is when you play for a big club. To win trophies, you need competition. And that's what we've got now. We've got 3 good strikers and who can compete for one position. And that's what I thought the club didn't have before. But now with the 2 new signings with Delab and Joao, I think that competition is going to push the players to go extra hard. But I still think that Jackson still has a big part to play. He just needs to sort out, you know, himself in terms of discipline and how and what he wants to do really. But I just think that with his performance today, Joao and Delab, they're probably ahead of him right now. Listen, all I've said, I think it's
John Mikel Obi. Sa competition pa big clubs no omo create sa competition na enema omo push omo ho na yo be gina mu no wa give you best na club no win na trophies omo pe no mo nsa enso atimi aka Pedro Neto enna wa nya goal there na so after the game okasai but Chelsea team na boss so omo qualify cup finals. Pedro enso the 2 dwanem so ni.
I think the results, they speak for themselves. I think the way that we have been working, the way that we have been doing things, it's been really good. We have been improving a lot. We have more to come. So we are just really happy with the things that we are doing, and we hope to finish in the best way.
And if you can finish with winning the final, just how much
was here omgusu ehhehye niema pick ba enche bibia so ebe kama pa Joao Pedro enra o share 2 goals, 1 celebrate person hu die ntia 1 celebrate a ye ko hwe ni matches a boy eba the former club Fluminense na tete no enti onfa club no eni agrokra ye ko hwe ni childhood. Some of the goals I was share ye edema club no ene gia na owom so share goal ema Fluminense a mo Kessben television we former club anu sina kan mo Fluminense enra Joao Pedro share 2 goals etiom the time na onu sina kan mo no goals a o share ye ebini.
When you don't talk to me, yeah. There's something inside, yeah, there's something inside that brings me back to you, yeah. No, I can't hide it, no, I can't hide it anymore.
Levantamento do Daniel, a tentativa de bicicleta.
We Joao Pedro enra motiasie dientia o share 2 goals no 1 celebrity o da o ma club no eson pa o gitum se o mo na ye no enne de waye enu nti o share goal tia o mo a on celebrate some of the goals and I will enjoy our Kessben television. So Joao Pedro say huge respect e man the former club never more qualify cup finals no wakasa dia fa on timi ntwen say obeji the first trophy at the amateur Chelsea. Joao Pedro ekasai.
I think gonna be my first title as well, so I think it will be a very important game, very special game. Like you said, that I came like 1 week ago, and now I'm gonna play the final. I'm very happy. The team was very welcome to me, And now
less than 1 week and I all making impact on the Chelsea edu finals of the FIFA Club World Cup more Kessben television and Joe Pedro and yet in Kano.
Mind you, 23 years back. Now they are coming. Yes.
In the next 10 years, about 33 years. Some of them will resume. Akoko Bremu. Joe Pedro and Mohena Mutino, our Kessben television. So now Gustavo Nonato, a Fluminense or player. Or say na so sad so many to qualify for the finals. Name impact no person make a tournament. One of more priorities and they say turn Brazil to the world. Obia Asia to South America, Brazil league, you know, and yeah league kitwa how for me do no say a big statement to making Brazil for you know I am so proud of them. Omo budget is swap omo any sika nenso omo do the semi-finals of the Club World Cup and now omo show meter in the shape of Chelsea omo elusu or say Marcus Kai said to Enra Jimera Okonya knock. Nenso after the game, Odbetuja says, see you on Sunday. Not just a Sunday or be fit and available. No about finance now. Chelsea ebe bono and Chelsea players no Ecuador supporters no say. Omujidi pass onyo munkwa performance or park no cinema Chelsea edu finance and no players ni nyina eco supporters no eco bomb abaso do mas Mohammed Kessben television way moment at Chelsea players no eco acknowledge omo fans no and Real Madrid any PSG airball Jude Bellingham or say Sir already game number 100 with Real Madrid no a dream come true. Madrid club no eson and you play bia na etimi 100 games at the moment and to no sir when you sir or you so excited and the match no omo come with any bia said the be your PSG na omo aqua finals Warren Zaire Emery a PSG player was not down for power and Kylian Mbappe that so our friends our PSG omo a club ni money and game no chance ya and ya nam for some crowd omo be sir omo qualify omo European champions omo the Champions League omo say omo Club World Cup win and so Christian Kvaratskhelia and so a PSG omo a player or see Mbappe a one of the best players we are say nanso enedian players no ebe mark ne pa mani nya habanpo na ono so etimi ate awe Fabian Ruiz PSG midfielder no or say omo obuosronko ema Mbappe ene Real Madrid nemo omo ye more hungry say enel game no omo be win na omo ne Chelsea akwakobo the finals of the FIFA Club World Cup weighing eso anegina na yakọ ban hospital aso ye akọfa omo nkra to sima ye ba pe kwafo kro so ye the more ebegu ho.
Krachi, unemu ebua unkohwe Dr. Ban wo ye den wa ha. Unye no mpemu yade no wanko Dr. Ban gin se be.
Laka. Hey, bye-bye. Yes, I good. What?
So good afternoon, sir. This is my father. We come from Nigeria, and he has issue with the leg.
The leg broke?
We don't know.
No, it broke. Ow! Me, I'm a specialist about bones. I will deliver you now. Then you go to Nigeria back.
Krachi, unemu ebua unkohwe Dr. Ban wo ye den wa ha. Unye no mpemu yade no wanko Dr. Ban gin se be fa. Onu pe deni dompe na dodo wuda dompe be wagodo empem. Wotibi hwehwe dompe santi ni dompe wa bebo wunsem. Wose yade e bebe de nyuma paso so ani nyame kwa na meka. O no mpemu nim di onu na ye expect nya zanfo no. O akra any kumasi no mpemu expect yen kan kirew.
Yes, sir. What are you doing? You are not specializing when it comes to bone issues. What in Pefe say? You are not specialized in bone healing. Hey, Spino, I didn't want to call Dr. Bao. This guy's got one of me. Oh, but you know, look, you know, say Dr. Ban is the best when it comes to bone issues. Well, Doctor, who? Please, you came to look for Dr. Ban, isn't it? This is not the right place.
Well, he brought us here.
Listen to me. I am taking you to Dr. Ban.
But I have a ban herbal hospital. na no kwasam say yare bi efiri utiri so besi wona ase ye hwen yare wani nyina tu ase ma me die na ama waba mu abuye ene ukuta koma osisi achia ukotodwe wona mane su kekra ma ne a wo kan ne say papa ne a wo kan ne say ne kotodwe ye nuwa ne bekume ba wo ho a ye ntena se makotodwe enkum obi ba wo ho a kotodwe ye betu ase ama nigye awie peye enti mesere bia wonsa ene yiyi wani da so nyina asa ewuma na ya kan se mesere wakobobo anasa wona mo ama taisa pa wo ama wonemu abusi pen brana ye de ye ntwe ye de ahaban keke na beto so nyankopa dom ahaban ne beto so a nkasa ni nompe na etete na eha adwene nyina no nyankopa dom ni nyina beto ato a ama nompe ni nyina aye kama
Papa 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 is walking. Let me hold you here. No, don't hold me. Papa is walking.
Bar Herbal Hospital. Specialists in every kind of bone disease. Spinal cord, swelling of the arms, arthritis, bone injury, swelling of the leg with reddish color around it, and so on.
Ede na eteti wo, ede na ama wo yura wo, ede na ama wo ni da so asa. Ba wo ho a, ani da so wo ho. Ba ye wo Accra ye wo Spintex Road 18 Junction. Kumase ye wo Atonsu Agogo Government Hospital na nimu a. Ye numbers yi na egu asi freye. Ade bi e kire wadwena na se ye ruwa bi eteti obi ano. Ye beboa ma nyaruwa ni nyina ase atu ama nkunimde awie peye. Ma me emfa wo ni ba bi a wo free ba papa. No kwasam se ene wiase afana nyina ni Nigeria ne Ghana ha ene ba bi obi a wo ne bi fra brochire bi fri hen eba ba so yeye enti ba bi a wo wo no panifo se adedie kwan nwa ba bi a wo bia fo wani kire ba ya so yeye ha na wo ba ya so yeye ha sebisebio nya fe ne kwabrane ba betwe wo nan ne tenten bia maame papa ye de ahaban keke ena nyankopon adom ye de beto so na numpene nkasa ni babi a cheche bia na haban betenetene ni nyina kama ba achafo ba yarwena bechare
Ban Herbal Clinic. Fifi ye chira kwan wo Kumase.
No kwasama echinye bia eni ho se okoban so ye a yade nyina ebedwane pekomo na mes ne ko ne fisika ketua bi koje wayaresa ye beko Barcelona so ye se Barca epe Luis Diaz omo eshe boni kutupa se onposhi se obefree Liverpool onko kanche Liverpool for so person free club ne mu enti se Barca for the official offer bar omo man nko ne mo boy no so ene ni agent on be se omo nya guarantee se Barca for etona omo betimi a register no enti boy ne de only problem so be join Barca sa assurance no na company enra Barca for nya so another pay kwan Barca for enya man assurance the omo ya ne se omo she boni kutupa se on hand in transfer request onko ka se opeso free Liverpool mo club no mu enso echo yenko Galatasaray so ye omo at a bid of 75 million euros echo for Victor Osimhen e Napoli 75 million Napoli 4 years so mo be som nemom omo di shemu se on person 25 installments e okro na say Napoli for na dwenom ama reject sa bid no say 75 million pounds on timi ntua and spread it 5 years and there be fast kind bra cash down never for boy no echo enunti Galatasaray for no ebe pino machi no masanso ahwe say 75 no menya boom na omo dia befa boy na Napoli for na decided say Victor Osimhen ekwa Darwin Nunes of Liverpool ono any omo priority say ulusu Osimhen now the Darwin Nunes eba Napoli for GD pass eye adwuma kase pa eno aye enye bad business cry Liverpool mo hwani mu say the moment abate so Osimhen enye free galado next ebe mu player Darwin Nunes yenko Juve aso ye I got to them or he impressed Juma Philip Kostic enti Kostic na nenko for cancel referee Juve no I got to the percent o man another chance na boy ni stay no fighting for a place e Juve omon enso aso ye Timothy Weah 2 Olympic Marseille almost done deal George legendary upon man, we are former president of Liberia. Nebano, American Nino, say, Marseille, and a club all headed towards Nico Gonzalez, Juve 4% Omotono, a bomb the Atono so. 30 million euros. Saudi Arabia and a yetete say boy win and so ebetimi edru. Douglas Lewis another player. Juve 4% omo etono. Premier League no say offer be a club be Edisika ba omo be consider ama Douglas Lewis and so about Premier League no Juve 4 edna to a pampan so omo ehu no. Yebisa have Mascherano say Rodrigo de Paul no cre say Argentine no or Johnny Messi or Inter Miami. Or so no player anye Inter Miami player on kan ho asem won't mean confirm won't mean deny say Rodrigo de Paul johnny Inter Miami. Ro Ferdinand say with all due respect to the Portuguese league any clouds any Premier League no Victor Gyökeres washe goals pa now so se pese gini dia oba Premier League na na obe prove ne ho so far goals washe Portugal na de numbers no ho now so league no any strosa oba England nya join Arsenal ana yebe access no ye papa Arsenal epe noni madueke yatete se Chelsea e the 50 million pounds a ball na ato noni madueke enso eso Alexander Isak ebetimi anya Newcastle just number 9 because Callum Wilson every club ni makonti Isak ebenya ni favorite jersey number no. Christopher Nkunku enra was started Emma Chelsea Bayern Munich for impressed omo the bid but omo so omo betwe no na Nkunku sina kan e de Emma Bayern Munich omo club no. Ibrahima Konate once again will decline contract extension offer Liverpool de buy no mad for yen yodium say omo the contract ni mu na omran as a free agent next season. Marco Asensio Inter Milan pushi said the beya omo benya no from PSG obe ball loan Emma Villa on the Rashford say PSG Bobo Kone any Inter for Astatia omo enso edin komo ewo honom Godfather Daroma call for close nsem no we eso an yegina na ye dies na ofa be bi ase Chelsea apeke
the nkasa
adia na fa
munyabutre
When your qualification to the Champions League, watch a Conference League, what do finals or the FIFA Club World Cup? Abutre be
munyabutre. You train Stavao on Suba Bekati. You train my Stavao Suba Bekati. Nafi Yeja Jackson Kwai. I'm saying AC Milan, right? Now, or boys no bench.
And no who ye or my Kupama fui.
We no compose had Kupama Coco song or critique confusion or team. Some of them were born with Mount Pad.
I'm all there to
Angela Mijan went to me, but still. The last game of buy, I said, me shot to money. Me shot to me. Me shot to me.
You go see Pepe.
Me shot to me. Quite be a first way, be sure me can be a bit if you must shot to me. Yeah, you move him.
But Chelsea, yeah. On to us, so you know about finance.
Jacob Bukonfo. About you know, and I know be pipe position.
When you're into a bulk, first can cut your water.
Be pipe position. We bois for a machina mariachi. Why they be just a cramolako? Why be my uncle?
Yeah.
All right. You ever to us at the Amamo Kessben television, Kessben 93.3 midfield action and Wasungusu Uti Nafi Osanfe live ewo TV. DSTV Nafi Go TV enina Kessben TV Plus and so unsa akan ho GCB your bank for life. GCB, your bank for life. Almost as media Ebremo. MTN, everywhere you go. DSTV, your home of entertainment. Toyota Company Limited. Ghana drives Toyota Starlets. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. Pepsodent Charcoal. Pepsodent Herbal. Jabin Rural Bank. Best Rural Bank in Ghana, 2023 Chamber of Commerce, Abasubodium de Amajabin Rural Bank, no. Balm of Gilead, amuso ka ho pi na yɛde sɛ dwumadie yi ɛbrɛ mo your alternative clinic and diagnostic center. Grace Gift Herbal Clinic and Lab Services, Ban Herbal Clinic, Herbasol Company Limited, Printwear Services Limited, Dr. Amuzu Herbal Clinic, Tonchi Herbal Clinic, Easy Waterproof Paints, No More Leakages, Otria Herbal Center, Divine Hope Herbal Center, and Otria Herbal, and so Abba, Pimsai Company Limited, Niwat Scientific Herbal Clinic, Kojak Pharma, Daoud Herbal Clinic, Ghana Herb, Executive Prostate Clinic, St. Louisa Herbal Clinic, and Gingerbread Dental Clinic. Omo adaruma na di dwumadie bro emu abie kan ho fa ho ebedom abusua se da bia mekano no na woni beji pa se obeka sa abusua yi ho woni beji papa kan ho na fa ho ebebo midfield action on Kessben television. All right, Dr. Edmond Arthur, I transfer my being called quickly. Or fun the flask, Miss my family dear. Obie so Miss Baby, dear so and Chakra. Or the Incommon Ifri, a year balm of Gilead, Ebre and Anope. Doc,
say you
say ye.
Patron Yamiadum, a year pa,
then Yankopon say, Yankopon don't miss me who ye pa.
And I'm nice at distance and into
yeah. Yes. Na me wo me mun sam. Yes, me mun sam for no. Me mun sam for mo ha wo wiase. But me ade me ho manya me independent o bo akra. Enya sem kitu akra.
Wow.
Okay. Na de na de bre ne.
Say you me that say anope many adjepa starting from enua. Me papa apostle ba ko a oye the Church of Pentecost apostle awaba retirement. I mean, now or diabetes or blood pressure and then the kidney I drop about 18 years no. So yo, within a space of 3 weeks, 3 good weeks, or checking the kidney or MD Lancet and a sin lab. So yo, the strength number 56. 56. The sugar level no record the above 10 is your record 4, 5. So you
good.
In fact, many
good.
Many part to the sense that never back in US in such ways also bet to the chimney. Young friend on 20. And Kwana restore the back no and I'm many aji. And to Basia me ba reduce any affiliation many part to the sense say near my year canon. A practical on me as a Pentecost elder. Na metimi aka se me papa apostle. Let me say na me ye ne dwuma. Into utie me o hwe me na or diabetes or high blood pressure, hypertension. No crepa ne say eno ne de ye no mo.
Yeah.
But when what the lifestyle ne ka ho a you will reverse the condition.
Okay.
Anope na me papa retired apostle back or apostolic church in Komo. And I make a trend say the blood sugar level, the member checking it weekly.
Okay.
On checking it daily. O checking sugar daily wow into more diabetes and more hypertension. I mean my chronic no computer and a BP machine in terms of BP monitor.
Okay.
Mami church in mamu kakra. So we check sugar debia no pa in terms of fasting na. Ebwa o previous day no me fan say enra aduane wudi na no pa wudi na wia wudi na nwumre no ema hu say ni effect a ema wo sugar akosoro no etesen azumi say enra wudi oat anopa wudi body ampisi ewia ana bia obedi emo enwumre be 5 and 6 no ana enra chimo no ebia anopa no ohun woye be natural cocoa powder ewia no ebia wodi konkonte ana enwumre no woye salad ediye eno ntino owe last 2 days de no eno achi de no enra no anopa no o check ye na ebia o record 5 o be na de wodi oat no ebedi aduane bi ewia ne enwumre na ye starch foods no o sugar na ye de akosoro enti abasa eno aka kire o se no ene aduane we ya mi din ma mente so Patriots ase. Aduane we ya medi, ma me nti we so, ma me enfa ne dodo sei. Ene me nte so kwampo a, anase me ntwe ho mfiri ho a, ma me nfa ne dodo sei, ma me nfa enwumre die ne momomra ewia, ma me nfa enwumre die ne momomra anopa. Eno nto ba ye ho a, ye everyday check of sugar level. The patient be or diabetes, be most of them, your momoto glucometer. Moment the monitor into the profile of the glucose now monitor and upon the bar. Oh, now with the glycated hemoglobin 90 days back from you can say June, May, and April, dear no a year or glycated and yet they are analyzing. We say no, you know ya will fat 1 gram and upon 1 gram and you mean. Say na say tiswa. Obeti swafa say na onye we a obey nafa ana BP for no so ne monitor omo in such a way say omo say wantimi anse da na o sorry ntem because of insure onomo na anajo no into wana yenta no pa na ne BP osoro enwumre ni momon checking the BP ni mom na ye normal into ni ye two for say no after 6 p.m. e kono ti wonsuo no mo so. Oh, Bomodin say, Obe Titun Shiro so, Obe exercise kakra, Obe see. And only a dear, a young magic yamiado, yade cosuru no, into Utimia. Na say, Obi kidney, about 18. A year do end stage, Obe 15. EGF for 15 down one, end stage. Now, so within 3 weeks, the kidney function, HMS to call 56. It is to the glory of God. We won't learn baby as a palm of Gilead. And to Uti, or Bruchi, or Ghana. Ha. Na say, Yami, what been a liver cancer, kidney issue, BP issue, New Year, Briar. Yankase o bani jayo orthodox adrenum. Yankase jayo herba adrenum, Debbie. O by a while. With diet control plan, any organic drugs are. There's difference between herbal medicine and nutraceuticals are organic. Or by a while, you use direct nutraceuticals are a supplement, a target based BP, sugar, peptic course, but no any enough. Oh no man no. Nani a bet show say blend the conscious chromium. Chromium emma insulin sensitivity. Very smart, fast, emma glucose absorption to keep place. Now we are conscious on one kekeno, a magic amount. You don't do stem cell therapy so. So near beya pancreas na beta cells no a release insulin abano. A very rejuvenate itself. And to utimi. Na say ope say ya boa opa na enkoba say obe no mu nura after some time o kidney bafumo a meso bra ye ho you take the carbon empty and for nature ya ne ejo hotel and next any opposite oba takra dia you energy akra you wesley wo ma mo akra ene ne mpatem kofo dua ne voter region ne ami Cape Coast nyina no meso say na me bo ochina ne Friday ne Saturday ne mo beba na mahwe mo kama Monso a screening Ghana Police Service, Central Police Station. No, the best stress mobile moderna more major resource no mababa beji. Bibi or one, ye explain it to one bibi fine and no aqua to our live star now, oh, you're good and so. Once I bibi or no, near whom how you bet me a boa fast. Joe, I no pay a percent. You check it and conform more uric acid, or more uric acid also. Uric acid, you put on dry race or gout, arthritis, joint pains, those, when now yao name, I mean, 9, I mean, not those really cost, but all by a while, that tissue big at the amount. And a scan on so no any percent, you try a member 10 and an channel, a member 10 scan. 150 cities no instead of 250 no oba you be child prostate a check o PSA at the amount so you ya ne sa na eboa mpenfo miensa because no be o ha wonimu wonimu so checking PSA we no there be sometimes o prostate size every time normal but na cancerous cells organ ha and no man be o ha see educating for Obetimenya 9 prostate volume 18 centimeters cube. But now PSA was slow. Within 0 to 4 no now the and I'm slow. But and I'm slow and just say a cancerous. Sometimes infection be to say go no urinary tract infection, syphilis, any other infection, to me, PH costo, and into your running other labs, then we find out, say, Adentina Akosi. So I say, you go ahead, near my pathologists, and I say, be a CT, and I say, anyway, be a near collaborating with the other team, competent specialists, Yamiadu, me no more Juma. Me pacho, in so top brain, you room. Say, ope say, I mean, udidi, na in your no fruit and vegetables, and maybe to say vitamin E. In terms of our cells, in terms of our skin, in terms of vitamin K, a boa for blood clotting, a mamujabi enko ensane, na some boa for inumpemu, a ba, say yo protein beer, say udi contumri, cauliflower, cabbage mu, cucumber, green pepper, French beans, and your protein beer, you know, your friend osteoblast.
Okay.
And no na reactivated protein a ema osteoclast ni osteocalcium mo I mean eboa ema numpe no I mean enginegina na so eno ntino udi green na ebeboa o be obedi ni a ti so the BOJ vinegar e wo ho enema no ho timesio unuaba wato so de ene recipes aye kasa mom blending na no be blend ni wenya vitamin C ne ada minerals no efrim no nya no full benefit afa bi woro sane be ya baby e free ba baby a wono contamination akokoko so no anya kura no ebetimayi efi no dodo na efri on nti still ano so wonya nya wo dia enketo anse do me ba na eseketo ana sorti keto ano asorti but ebi eba me pacho monje 500 ml ne bi ben keto ani mienu eye 1 liter no Auto 1 liter now we save 5 cedis. And auto gallon on so we save 100 cedis because we multiply 75 cedis by 5 and then I'm almost 400. But the amount 300 and yes I get to about 40 cedis. Pay we now pay day. But of reference numbers no. Bra Asida House Kumasia. Accra Asida Towers. Na bejo de any ya na fa bio no egunsium or cinnamon or garlic. O ginger o cloves o the go flags when to say they say do the why near me we say o the na atrepa and so she no go now the building nso bi agum e basa o bon say nuanu no na e wo cinnamon no vitamin C selenium mo ene ne ma na ami o de ho na e be ye adwuma kama enkofa bibia boni bia ema nti still ano o recordo bejo de enya dru any food product so what that word dru so a nom say herba say orthodox o person we giant nom dia o buy a clinical na me be fire so aboapa numbers no 0249 34 0249 34 08 and I say 0539 86 38 0539 86 38 yes and I'm a personal line and so abrochire for no modern labs ne neema be fifa so ne nso a mobile voice note ato so no eno so 0240 51 2171 0240 51 2171 mo friend numbers here in fact ya be mamonsa aka BOJ vinegar ni bi na mom o Asante region precisely Kumasi metropolis dia Asida House bejo de na bibia anya fine Accra nso Asida Towers ejo no me directing ko Asida Towers I on ko hopa I bramiki ba adwuma no na me twa nkofo ko Asida Towers pa nche be stress ye na ewu Kumasi no mombo moden na mombra mo frɛ Ghana ba bia nso a ye be direct mo ma monsa aka bi oje sejo ye da se
yes ye be da se papa Dr. Imonatha ye be da se papa na se de waka no de how bia no for ni ekire BOJ clinic honom pa ucho ne bibia rotimi ebobo so obetrasi for ni che clinic ho numbers no dey to dwa no pa ucho friend numbers no na BOG clinic ebe ye ho adwuma to the glory of God.
To the glory of God. So you be intense under dialysis gram pa wonim so kidney creatinine be drop na EGFR na kosoro na. In fact intense ben ko form ba na hwe
wasem e clinic ka na fa ho ekobo Nyankopon na ye nyoma through BOG clinic. All right. Sanso na BOG vinegar no so de woka no e bi e wo aseda house oba ha benya bi ato nketwa pa no e family meal no o se e bi eni ho enru awiade na bi aba.
Oh yes. Within be 1 hour
be 1 hour na bi aba but the then temun 1 liter de no e bi e ho sanso na Kessben no 300 de no eno so
eno de se yo me to anka no me to
na be to se no
Kessben o se san ke to aka ho
no
ene 1 liter no
okay dog e be da se be san wo adi enkomo ebiam Kessben television Kessben 93.3 Kessben 92.9 enche ye be hwe foreign stories no emu kakra mo messages no enso ba na eba se Fluminense omo enya supporters minima de baby omo efri omo eba ya kwesi afrani so na de omo no Ghana na we the Fluminense faithfuls will never be at peace with João Pedro Iscariot for stabbing us in the back. After making him who he is today, we won't forgive him that. And in fact, he's lost his legendary status in the club. Ye chapuma amano asini ye tintin. Na yenka no shi. Ashimi rough. Inti edi otan kwano. Cause everyone oye man you
Sa obi a almost the man you.
Man you for na yes okay. When you know you drew finals. You see ka boom into me scan go to akoto simen kra ba yempe enya be 80 million in this ka keto akra
80 no nka mo fa keeper baako na mo fa center back baako kanu ano no mo betim no obi apre so
yes
80 no
yes
fa keeper baako no mo fa center back baako
eno ano no all right yendi nkobo kakra e be hwe ho kakra da fe transfer stories no enso emu kakra minima de obi ase ayi Chelsea supporters serious nkwa America enim say ye kwani asan ba ni ye drew finals ye twen PSG and I say Real Madrid yendi nkomo Andy
ayi de o kasa na o too emphatic do
yes
and am kwaso
Yempeni force me nkasa pi. Dumunya bot.
E wona mo. Madam biti kro na cap no nya be sidia. E wona obi a beti Chelsea kan. Wala Genoa. There's no denying fact say there's progress. Clearly, so she baby a team ne picky free from Maresca. The criticism I demand no. The comment after Everton. Na yemu say derail the mentality of the players from competing in the EPL. Ebedru baby na Chelsea ne part of the top 5. Ebedru baby na there's no hope. Ebedru baby na was say last game after the Newcastle defeat that's in James Park. Nicola Jackson kunya a red card. Na Chelsea hope of playing in the Champions League no na any hope you. But omuko the City ground against Nottingham Forest. Ekomiki Yamens. Eba we na Chelsea na qualification to the Champions League. Almost akwa ko shiemu ewo Poland. The Warcross Stadium against Real Betis. Na Chelsea akọ concede first goal in the final. And if you look at the kind of footballer now I'm told, there is Azuli, Francesco Alacon Suarez Isco. Bola na omubo ewo the competition ma na hwe nti Chelsea betimi aba back but we no na ko Palmer akeka ne ho ama Chelsea etimi win the competition. The FIFA Club World Cup Chelsea koko piem no te say the oka no nobody thought Chelsea would be in the finals. And football be etimi si but so now checking favorite for the competition in pecking order na Chelsea be chiri Seju omo ball Los Angeles obi aso omo nya ade Flamingo be share omo eno no kra ma bambuo bai but game no ekoso nyina no na Chelsea improve kakra. And omo mad a toast of the obia expect omo against Bobokua, your friend Palmeiras. And one good thing for them in the competition is that Omanya players a Joe. This tournament say Omo one of the best players for the competition. Come you know about Abija Pedro Neto or the competition. And the competition not fun. Despite in same see yeah, and in Adam Fuoko win still Uwusa Branton game after game he continued to improve. The only problem is that a young team stay in the game for 90 minutes. No free game. Yeah. And I said, Chelsea the damn sword on my Barbie Drew. Against Fluminense there. No, be him say any game very difficult for Chelsea because Fluminense baby or free by any baby or my Barbie Drew no. Not the Omo Drew na ye. Experience and an lead you on my Barbie Drew baby or Drew ye. It is a how the likes of Thiago Santos, the likes of goalkeeper Fabio, the likes of Thiago Silva, and then the Silva almost survival. Guda, Rede, Hercules, Ufobiti, Nonato, German Kanu, and then Santiago Arias. How are no survival against the Chelsea team? And see a share game, National who said, not Chelsea and not total control. And that Omana air bubble Nina. Nasajo, a deba aqua bubble more and the teams are so comfortable, so my air ball at the quality. Okay. To her first goal. Fluminense in the crab ball no more passable on cool matches. And Lusu Bono, Guga, a Lusu Bono, and about the Bedu Pedro Neto. Straight away. And you know, look at how he step over the Bono Coy. To across so Bono, Tiago Silva Clan and Koye, and you know, look at the control, look at the placement. Super good. Super good. Clearly spectacular. Yeah. And so share the plan of Renato Gauso. Any team I friend Fluminense, they know more person here Chelsea and say 18 name the omo for ball nimra. It's a do ball so here do pa. Most of them shot on target at Chelsea and they were outside the 18. No omo 18 because no three back is solid and omo experience. And João Pedro realized that. And you know, look at the technique, the instep. Yeah. She baby or the ball a 44-year-old goalkeeper one team ya ball no and who said Chelsea no my ready. And said do so Benya first start what team second game. Yeah. Now we come teaching for places. Now be launch go. I don't record the last time at Chelsea players this type of a goal. Any of their strikers. Okay. Because when you know 18 more strikers, you come to be and come to Mkwa. But she baby you know the ball it me at what them. And said yo after this game and you said team a friend Fluminense die. Now mo cruise so mo person mo nya equalizer no. Na hwekwaya Marco Corella fa so ko yi ball no from line so. Santiago Arias yes so ball na sha. Corella ba ya oba be fa ball no free line so. Until then yes almost some relax there be. They were in for a competition and said yo this is the ball from Marco Corella. Yi ball no free a line so. Until then yes so relax. No mo so cruise so mo betimi anya go e the competition and ball no penetrate say no baby akra na Kukurela kokre ball no if you lie so until later omo benda a penalty na said you Trevor Chaluba cross in a by a ball no ko ball inside referee no ko VR no by no say that be his hand was in a natural position and I said you one team anya penalty for me that would have been the time and game the bit me a change and on a penalty no and incident no na o screen so na obi ehwe no ball na ball the ball Trevor Chaluba ensa it Fluminense phone na say there be a penalty and a players na e corner so do enti okohwe and that is Trevor Chaluba okohwe VR by no say the hand was in a natural position enti Francois Letizier odo na okohwe VR no and said to have the benefit of the VR or buy no be rule out said there be. And the good thing at the FIFA Club World Cup in say okoko hwe na oba o come obi or what stadium wanted 82,500 capacity stadium at the MetLife and over 70,000 anything about stadium no you know I can't say there be none insano and you clearly won't say insano net that sharp position and now they say or come making the body ne bigger and one can say there be a penalty
but the referee knew very close to the scene the action.
being close yeah na baby when you hear no position and so a factor.
Okay.
Baby ujina hon baby a wo hwe no and so a factor. And you know I love the announcement.
Sure.
Give clearance to be our park in so dia. And my clarification will be on say saying a referee team yanye.
You must say TB man.
Announcement yeah.
The referee
It's a bit coming across. It's the header. It's the flick that does him, that hits the arm, and now the referee is going to make this decision and be unlucky, wouldn't he?
And ball committed by number 23 of Chelsea. The hand is in a normal position, natural position. This is not finishable. And the restart by Pedro. No penalty.
Well, the arm was in a natural position.
Who said Chelsea number 23 days ago? The hands in the natural position.
Yeah.
Into any penalty draw ball.
Sure.
Into the Obi all stadium will be as a ref, you know. One incident in a papa wouldn't mass and cry. Into bit me to answer the aqua come once and so so yeah, analysis for the game.
Yeah.
And you know, one year penalty in that game, of course. So now Hercules totally controlled the game, and almost the Chelsea guys were relaxed. The system was simple. And Momura 18 or play Kopama out. And he said, do we have the entire first half? You go to a point, now Kopama in the game. Until the second half, game no, yes, almost the ball na Chelsea so in midfield that. So Joe, born Colusia born Bedi, Enzo Fernandez and Enzo release the ball Emma Jao Pedro and said Joe, just look at the second goal as well.
Yeah, sure.
Into I had second goal nini and straight away Enzo Fernandez release the ball and you know just look at the technique now the ball the same. Look at the technique and look here. Wow. That was insane.
So powerful.
You
Very
know,
powerful.
That was insane. Or then now no ni step na hit the ball yes so for na nice so and you lazy no ko ni in step no they hit the ball. Look at the technique, look at the precision. And these are the kind of goals as I do more power money mo honye.
Now what perform above the we expect here now because you didn't know Brighton.
Sergio,
yeah.
Minimum said Jao Pedro ni ball. Se kasa ye mo ball na ni ball. But end of 2 goals no share me especially the second one.
Hey.
Meaning say you fan to yam twen.
Yeah.
Sa na dwuma o ya na o ya obetwe dazzle way to. Yes. But to do and first goal na anymore. But the second goal I was shocked. Said you see hit the ball no ma ball na ball ban as no. And it was against the two experienced center back. But how see a quick after you ball the bar say now you said you straight out you expect the first one to close it.
Yeah.
You ball the bar ya. Or my second one now me close no. And no hit the ball. I know he's a good player, a talented one indeed. But said you the kind of goal no second goal there for me it was spectacular. Why are there? And said you these are the kind of strikers.
Sure.
So person will compete here, consistency in here, and competition say more than 3 strikers. Pedro the coach require na ball left side or be ball, but said you animu na shit. Chelsea here goalkeeper plus a centre back for them to compete. And he said you, and Chelsea omo anya dia na enwonwo bebre because no be anim say omo betimi aye. And said you so betimi do the FIFA Club World Cup and so Mares kaya there.
Yeah.
The first season top 4 Conference League final and he's in the FIFA Club World Cup final.
Sure.
He's done well. He only need to improve on certain lapses and going forward he will be key. But said you give it to Chelsea yesterday. Oh my God.
Can't wait to see Mr. Val be part of this team.
This is why you're okay. I know.
That's easy. I don't ubia
wato. No be happy. And I know be so on theater say me no ko coach bi ati no sa. Ni asa baka so ya de. Na bo go sha en ka so ya.
Okay. But the next say you say Brazilian clubs na mo ji omo ho ano. Obia nka for final, you know. 4 teams no mo go semi-finals.
You know football says that. Boss anete.
No, me just say need 2 teams on the final no. Omo nka ho.
So you dia na World Cup Europeans na agere do. Omo na do so.
Same Europe na.
Omo na do so. And you know football omo mu sika na ebo. We ne hwan ebo. And hwan ebo. Chelsea for no omkwa final. They spent over 1 billion in 2 seasons. Brazilian club be bet me spend 1 billion in 2 seasons. PSG for no omkwa akobon crisis omo nto akese half time. Kwaraskelia is 70 million euros. Enyi sika ketwa. in as much as you can say omo ya the answer do. There are times that American clubs are winning the FIFA Club World Cup. The examples are there. Sao Paulo share Liverpool, International share Barcelona, Corinthians share Chelsea. So it is not as if they've been seen than an Eka. And the performance are not more than the thing an Eka.
Okay.
Nobody said Flamengo is going to win the FIFA Club World Cup. Mantis Obika said Palmeiras is going to win the FIFA Club World Cup. Mantis Obika said Enzedu. See a couple tournament and I say Botafogo share Pierre, we shouldn't say it. Flamengo share Chelsea, we shouldn't say it.
Okay.
All because they cannot win it. No. A analysis of the situation and what transpired that time and I discussing. And say, yo, clubs are buying, I say, Oceania for buy. Argentine clubs are buy. Even the European clubs will be Club Champions League final buy. But how many of them? Fluminense said, yo, me buy an amiki with some Nancy. Fluminense said, they are not Flamengo, Omuniska, Omunya Palmeiras, Omunya Botafogo, Omunya Red Bull Bragantino. And they won't take Sao Paulo. And they won't take Corinthians in camp because they don't have money as it used to be.
Yeah.
Sa class women and Jessica. Fluminense said, "You, she plays no more. Ngo craft one. Teams say they will rely on a 44-year-old goalkeeper, a 40-year-old centre back, a 37-year-old striker." And he said, "You, nobody said they are going to win it, but the competition they have Musima here there and they have Musima here friend here. Whichever be the situation." PSG Real Madrid do so I'm gonna bubble final against Chelsea. The highest bidder, the highest spenders. I'm gonna making a big in the competition. It is still boiled down to money. And said you, umpo competition be a bono. It recognize winners.
Okay.
Into whichever way, you know, such Chelsea adibida. Real Madrid adibida. PSG na your more time. Into sana game no etie. Until you just have to accept say, omo buy no pay. They always expected from them. You know, they did so well.
But when the competition of FIFA Club World Cup, a man for attention, na kosupa, ashebi pa, follow pa.
Yes.
Yeah, because of formatting.
Formatting.
Right?
Yeah. Formatting. Yeah. Adorso.
Yeah.
And chef Venus I see again country no more born also. A home sem. And a platform for the next Coupe du Mondial. Into be a the United States of America for the beating higher. And until President Donald Trump said, or don't have ever find out be Nampa Sunday or MetLife. Inti and send some and said you say Anquanco ye 6, Anquanco ye 7. Neko 32 clubs are. Yen share the number of fans are immediately because fans and a dorsal. But a cocoa 6 teams, a cocoa 7 team there, you don't expect everyone to follow. But said you just appear any work competition we want or person and clearly to set up for the platformer, they share the preparation. But the next World Cup, no. Said you also be a follow and on my quality games. And no matter how say I miss Barcelona, I miss Liverpool, Man United, the old guys, the AC Milan, you miss all the OGs. I said, "Oh, yeah, spectacular games." And say, almost a team name, but also play football now. Games, you love it. Or be or share by Harmonic PSG. Anybody's a game no. Or be or share Palmeiras Chelsea. Anybody's a game no. Or be or share Dortmund Real Madrid. Will enjoy that particular game. PSG Botafogo or be enjoy. Sundowns Dortmund or be enjoy. He said you sana game no etie.
I'm Sage from Malam, Accra. As a Manchester United fan, anytime Chelsea wins, I hate to watch this program because you, Sergio, makes it unbearable for us. But I can't stop watching too. Keep the same energy when the league starts. Manchester United fans, any money. Onhwe na munyamu die yie se be ya nkofo be kofom na modwen ho ba ko na timanim hai. All right, enche be ba so na yenhwe nra games na fi yemfa mehwe na quickly de be koso MetLife wa na.
Yes,
MetLife. The Academy MetLife.
MetLife no more body Academy. General, after Flamengo share Chelsea Omachi Palmeiras Ashomo and Neomu de Fluminense Atwaso. The scoreline 2-0 in favor of Chelsea is no news. Chelsea team no progress very well in the competition. And clearly, Ushe Enra game na Unubiabeya Adrian say Enzo Maresca has built something and he's building something. And Adena all building results no bantem since will be expecting. Because or to Tom Crabbe Premier League year NDA, Chelsea had the youngest team in the league. not even young as in age alone, in terms of team now you're building, building a safe. Within that short time, they've actually won the Conference League, which was missing in the cabinet of Chelsea. He made a top 4. Meanwhile, not target the man around the top 4, no, or making in some 2 seasons. And they are in the final of the FIFA Club World Cup. Absolutely no doubt, Maresca has built something. Now, the talking point, of course, is João Pedro. Me, it is a Chelsea aton, and ask him who say Chelsea aton. I know, say, the main reason is to provide competition for more number 10 and number 9, but not for him to start. Because clearly, Jackson and Delap, before Enra game, obvious they are the 2 main guys for the number 9 position. And number 10, Eneko Palmer at Ohafa. And clearly, he was brought in to provide competition for these guys. But Enra Juma now, General, and not only the goals. Unya time now when he heat him up. Now when a number of touches, duels. You could see, say, he's even a bit different from Liam Delap because Onunu Timisa falling deep. Some of the touches were done in his own half. And then a good number of them in the opponent's half. He did some 26 touches of the ball. And more than any Chelsea striker are involved in this, except one of the games that Delap, a boy. And for him, he left the game on board even the entire 90 minutes. And he matched Chelsea a lot, but the talking points were the 2 stunning goals out of the match Chelsea. Goals, you need so much confidence to get these goals for the team. And I'm sure, say, a clear case for Jackson and Liam Delap, say, by competition in your better at the moment. Look, Jackson Bemono, Obenya a similar chance. For me, it was easier than the 2 goals now we share. But beside Nete Bono, why he decided to even go for the first pool, I was quite surprised. And na Kopama, Ejina Honoma, Ohe Nimusenka, at least on square bone from Kopama. It's Kopama being in some say why? I don't know, he was desperate. So Nusube register Nidin on the score sheet. So Nicholas Jackson, Liam Delap, competition is airborne for them. And yeah, he's a brand and a training. Now, maybe some who say, so after spending some 600 million pounds sterling on 19 attackers by Todd Boehly from 2022, we take you over now. 19 attackers and Todd Boehly at the Aba Chelsea Bubuku spending some 600 million. Is João Pedro the guy now, or we may have to wait further? Okay. General, at the end of the mind there, you can only be optimistic, say somebody has arrived. Sure. Somebody has definitely arrived. I think this is the first one. But I think the second one also was more difficult. Yes. Because he had to travel with the ball. You see, such balls, first touch, when you're near there, Ubema attacker, so much chance. But how or touching first ball, baby, you could do and Obobon or something. General, 2 stunning goals. And you can't help. EPL. Oh, ready.
Good morning, Sergio. Andy. Sergio and Andy. Okay, our Chelsea is gradually picking up. And I wish Pedro will continue to flourish like this always. I saw it somewhere that Jackson is not happy because the coach didn't start him. In Honorable Afenyo's voice, hey, Jackson. Jackson, hey, Jackson. Is that you? Okay, you should keep quiet, cry. Just look at the ball. He didn't pass Palmer. Okay, Inspector Wilberforce, Asante, Bra Kwame. Way, and so by Tunka Ache Kakra. You the games then.
Football interesting. Say, coach here selection. Na you drop you. Ne bi kura one train. Ne bones o kasa or dressing money at daddy. Ne provide the results. I bones were ferry. Will be any. Yes. I'm sure say Sandy Jackson yeah.
Oh, say Uncle Jackson there on my head no. You know Jackson on yeah.
No, say he learned Jackson was not happy when he was dropped because after Liam Delap, none can be expectation is Jackson is the next to start. But the Abrante the baby as a pushing into third choice.
Nicola, that's it. But more chance at Chelsea. Say you for Chelsea to give you their number now for 2 seasons.
Clearly, on your happy with Chelsea.
Why boy nana?
The BBI is on your happy.
Oh, didn't know on your happy.
Oh, that's all Roma or the buffo.
You know, prove a point. What yes,
and the whole can say on your happy, on your justified.
Mimi who here Chelsea on your happy.
But on your happy.
You know they not.
What the bench are really doing now? The bench. I hear some camera.
Now the opposition season and the two players me.
It's just what's Sanitary.
And to on your happy.
Oh no,
I hear no bench.
Who was the man person or say only justification? That's what you mean.
Because I just say Chelsea the number now among me in 2 years. Ucha watasa na
only case that okay, but he's not. On your happy. I hear no bench. I'm can cross on.
I don't have ball ya or J. Seven we kupa ma there.
And I make am was Bowie.
Farmer supposed to be yeah. About how gay a year.
No, just all lunch them.
Oh, but so no putting it in order to say.
Farmer didn't know butu. Deli me pictures no the buy. Kupama didn't butu poor bruta.
Because it was so many players here so about big bonus I'm winning.
Yeah, sure. Very simple.
So selfish.
Very selfish at times, yeah.
I mean, I'm supporting you here.
But Enzo still maintenance or Bemanata.
Ah, well.
Enzo maintenance or Bemanata.
Yeah, but it's not competing.
You are now going to compete with Liam Delap and then Pedro. So
Pedro now about now say some no crowd.
My interesting thing is Delap na why purely number 9. Yeah. Jackson will at least 2 positions. The number 9 and then the left wing.
I'll copy good one or left one.
They don't any problem. Say when gets not doors with Chelsea team. I'm a year Pembi Kura. Because I will be expecting Kuku to started.
Yes.
By Kuku started. Work buying for contact Piniza have some person from Kuku.
Yeah.
Again as the Vao Beba. None of my doing so as an answer when young boy. Inti and 10 not today say dear for now. On the only position. Say wow baby bia. We have been in Rodrigo Mukraba say net to dear. Pedro why you
left wing going.
Both. We said no I started from the left.
But come here me pen right wing.
And that Club World Cup no go from the league ni na.
Until I can say net to dear.
But you know why consistent to Club World Cup which league you know. This tournament on I am driving force. And no, I said the whole first half Kupama was out. Sorry, game now.
You heard the game, no? Nafi, why na kwa kushia Chelsea? Nami adma question that ebe. Oze.
Almost Chelsea win ya. Mama ya catch Chelsea at every side.
Me na me kaseka.
There you. And I'm you na me kaseka.
Me mama catch Chelsea.
Me ka omo outside other teams of.
And the Kenya go for there. Sir Franco Naro is right, as a report from Spain indicates that Javier Tebas revealed Barcelona's financial report to Bilbao, which ensured Nico Williams snapping Barcelona. Can Barcelona sue La Liga president on the basis of confidentiality to a different person? Michael Ablekuma.
Michael, confidentiality, baby. Omuniamano, accounts in the BBI at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if it's going to be Ubitmesi for anything. Unisika. Uko there will be the number. No, I could be Sasa and Yimbia Uskana. So, Sabri, they say, one confess come from baby and ma in prim party. Unisko the bay. And I think Javier Tebas even made the public statement. So, currently. Yeah, say Barcelona 1v1 or Omunine. Until you radio could see why. Copes kind of fire with him.
Briefly, you're in the match, no? Na nyame admochna. It's me Abehe Sunday and a final game, no? Ebebaso. Good morning. Pedro is a good player. 2 great goals, but let's wait for the season to start. Aru nyankumasa hinku anyway aba season na na shase.
Yo mo flattered to
season constant time maybe. Season na shase
you kai kiko meked anoni adeba be ye bibi bi afi. But at least this boy from Brighton, I think Brighton, he gave them some 30 goals in 70 matches, and the statistics look good. And he's still young. Especially
the second one.
Today's game ought to be the final. What a game it will be. Enzo Maresca is doing a great job, but Chelsea fans are criticizing him too much. Pilolo, Sunyain, and the game number 4.
Sergio.
It's a final, huh?
And then I was there.
Yes. Okay, born no ma bona. And they say final.
What kind of side they are not?
Somebody dinu na
what kind of side they are not? Say they be winning the game. No, never cap.
Then obusa.
You busa keke.
And so obi kai. Obi the can say and then can say final.
Yeah. The every dina na say performance on their mind. Club World Cup.
So you this tournament, PAG ball on board the last quarter of the European season, the BG Champions League. You know, some shit games on my bar, and SR games normal ball. Again, Bayern Munich in the first half. So now Bayern your clinical clear big Bayern beating me a goal by 2 goals or 3 goals in the first half. In the second half, the injury of Jamal Musiala changed everything. 2 teams in our team. Say, you have just 90 minutes to be in the final. So team here say you final is abo. Until when you get to this stage, you're very okay. But the difference is that manager now and say or can teach in the finals no hope you. And so Javier Alonso or the within the Madrid team penny games our body and my the FIFA Club World Cup. Madrid and soon lose game. Omu Bordeaux against Hilan will be a kama. And against Dortmund nearly equalized in the last hour. And I call 2 magic game. No, it me end the Madrid at the qualify. It is still Madrid in transition. So show game now. Javi Alonso at my tactical experiment. What they come teaching him in terms of options. Until about the 5 back, sometimes the 3 back, sometimes the 4 back. Trent Alexander-Arnold by clearly won't say na hockey can of him by what providing 2 assists in terms of attacking play. Frank Garcia has been sensational within the 3 back line and is playing very well. On getting exposed as the previous years, and the Carlo no opportunity still getting exposed. But then one player Alonso in the games are born in ordinary. I'll buy absence a deal housing. Or not the absence in general. Me who say Madrid baby because the style of play no so Ushia, Kvaratskhelia, Desiree Doué, and Dembele will be back tonight. Players are more flair and the skill to take players honor. The ball playing skills and surviving against this particular attack. Into Asensio and Rudiger will marshal the back line. Na Midfield na Babaye Chouameni, Victor Jude Bellingham, and then Ada Gule. And then Ada Gule role na coach in the man and then will be a better testing because he's going to play against the best midfield in the game today. Joao Neves, Ventina, and then Fabien Ruiz. And to me survival with that style of play, acting as a conductor in front of your back line, not just say you are good to go. Into no be a Madrid and him one as a Joe issue no war. The my issue no word in the way a Kalanka issue be any and Mbappe straight away. It is said, oh, yeah, Courtois, Lunidiano, the Starship Bianco, and Central Fonco carry straight away at the presser. He will just announce it. Courtois will be in the final. It ends there. Gonzalo Garcia see a 1 player tournament. You are Bopa Bunye or no? Alongside Pedro Neto and Santiago Arias. These are 3 guys I come teach you on my boy you or the last game goes not game be able be or tries to beat in the ball at Tottenham. But Mbappe ebe show class in the last game against Borussia Dortmund. Kylian Alusu 6 kilos. I brought Yaremo didn't go to hospital. Into na ho didn't CP. Into anymore no. Very position no. He still remains untouchable. But is it going to be Abranti Afeno, Gonzalo Garcia or Kylian Mbappe will be back? And we a key decision. Okay, the central defensive pair of Team FN PAG, William Pacho will not be available because on your red card in the last game. And to Lucas Berardo and the Bebo, PAG ain't no problem there because games be or coach him and a ball into on ba and on him Aquinas above before William Pacho Eba into on the problem for a team FN PAG. As much as I say, on no see a ball playing center back, Nempempi born I don't think centrally or Mubena issue. But whether Mbappe plays or Gonzalo Garcia, they should watch out for any of the 2 guys or Mube lead line. No man they say Nyajuma Bibri nye Ashraf Hakimi. So PAG team no you are moment for 9 mom you so special if you are. one player as I do. Or yet the driving force of the side. Senko ya attacker. Kayepo players are almost fighting for Ballon d'Or Kanidika. He's the driving force of the team. In as much as so you weak defensively. A breaky abo so muko anymore no. Ashraf Hakim in a team no echo anymore. Intiene or no against Vini. You better how on your base Yakobasajo. Game Riane Koesi and you depend on the approach. Approach in the say. Only say PSG cry more attacking team. But I been one say Luis Enrique Babe set it back. Say or he 2 or more on the break because our 3 front line or you know be any to be a skillful, be very good in one-on-one situation. Samson Ajabia Alonso so can set back and hit you on the break with Kylian and then Vini Jr. up front. It's the battle of midfield. And PSG for natural say in 15 what there. So some control game, no not some interchange positional play now you love them. That is why you see the 2 Portuguese guys, Vintina and João Neves, so almost dominating play. Madrid any players are almost the dominating midfield play. But in terms of the attack, or more the guys to make amends, to change game, any game, and at this level, or more the guys on waiting I say BBR. Until the PSG defense need to watch out, the Madrid midfield need to watch out. But hey, Dembele bad the last game, no, or be providing a goal, and it's key. So do you ever come to way 2 players and no be any senka. Omo the FIFA Club World Cup, you omo na Ballon d'Or, no be who say at least omo betimi adi or Dembele, and then the usual Kylian Mbappe. But Mbappe is spectacular. Dembele another classic goal. But omo nyina injuries about how about this particular competition. But any game is set for the 2 to show up against each other. PSG midfield more special and day in day out. Omo attack no continue to provide goals and assists for each other. Omo complement omo effort no man metimi ye adwuma. Into omo defense na also omo watch out. Luis Enrique knew how to play Real Madrid. Madrid knew how to play PSG because they beaten and eliminated them from the competition several times. In a situation they came back, eliminate them from the competition. Into 2 teams but you know the PSG midfield make them special, and for me it is the reason why I would say PSG a best starting any game at favorite for the competition.
Okay. General.
Yes.
Many more can say game way a final. This is the final before the final. Close to that question, I'll be saying, I think that among the 3 teams that are in contention for the title. No, Chelsea has had the weakest opponent running to the final as compared to Real Madrid and Team Paris Saint-Germain. Chelsea met Flamengo, Esperance, Benfica, Palmeiras, Fluminense. Maybe you talk about Benfica, but Ode, PSG, teams like Bayern Munich and then Atletico Madrid are PSG Meteoma. They are ahead of any of the opponents of Chelsea. If you take Real Madrid, both Dortmund and Juventus are ahead of any of the opponents that Chelsea has met. So for me, among the 3 teams, in terms of a final, no, Chelsea has had a relatively weaker route and no multimedia progress. That is not to take the credit from them, but I think PSG and Real Madrid have really met more difficult opponents. Interestingly, Madrid is the only team among the 3 on tasty defeat in the competition. Apart from that draw against Al Hilal, all games have been win. PSG lost 1 to Botafogo, and then I think Chelsea also lost once along the line against Flamengo. Okay. We are not the free honor, that is it. The game itself, I think, Andy, Alonso Eniche, so Bedrehuminu, say on replace Gonzalo Garcia with Kylian Mbappe. Is the big stage. This is the final. The Mbappe by Kakrano. Say setback beyond my say he's even better now than the last game. And he provided an advertisement just so he's ready. He's coming straight up against PSG. He's the PSG's all-time top scorer and probably their biggest legend. The last time they met in 2002, Mbappe was playing for PSG. Now he's in Madrid. And I think it has a lot of attention to it. There's some PSG players are Omaka Sekas who Madame Food, they still communicate and all that.
But hey, it is what it is. You know, it's a tough game. In terms of form, any BB, and I still think PSG, a team, no, a better team than Real Madrid. Notwithstanding, say, Theo Hernandez and Pachu be absent. I'm sure Theo Hernandez, they will not miss him too much. But Pachu will be the problem. And for Real Madrid, the absence of Dean Huysen ain't a problem because they can easily use Asensio alongside Rudiger. It's a tough game, very difficult to predict. But I think, say, PSG is slight favorite over Real Madrid.
Wow. The FIFA Club World Cup has been interesting, but I think it will be very exciting and fun if they choose to choose the best from every continent and stop the only two teams and stop that only two teams can represent a single country. Okay, and stop that format where only two teams can represent a single country. Okay, we'll have witnessed the likes of Barcelona, Liverpool, etc. Chris Edwefi Banana in and Basa and Liverpool fans.
It's a World Cup and it should be properly represented country-wise and continent-wise. Inti ukase uyi sa yastic no sa criteria na free mo a ebeduru be one here o my ba konkro for na bibiri o ma ba begum. Inti so finding way would be making sure say country-wise and continent-wise, you know, you have a fair balance in the competition. Then you can call it a proper World Cup. Okay.
Enough of the compliments and accolades for the Chelsea team. America and England are different continents. Okay, glory, glory, Manchester United. That are coming cancer. Musa Nyoma. Okay.
Just allow them. Allow them. Just allow them. If you have some of those who intimate, let's hear
okay. Joe, Chelsea now have a potent striker in Pedro. That's the type Kumasi Santi Kotoko needs now. He reminds me of Opoku Nti, Opoku Afriye, and Ben Kayode. As for that Jackson guy, we have a lot of his type in the Ghana Premier League. Is it true? Oli Watkins has similar traits, but he's in the wrong team. He's also very sharp up front of the opponent's vital area. Love and see Jumaura and Kasankasa.
See, Timiama players me no more Ghana Premier League.
Jackson. Yeah, my love and see. Yeah, players too.
Not to rise to that level.
See, for records, Chelsea number 9 for first year in terms of goals scored. Jackson has been the best from even Abramovich time.
10 league goals last season.
No Chelsea 13. Number 9.
13.
You know, your figures are right.
Yes.
No Chelsea number 9.
Apart from ball, was
I a pacey? Or speed or footwork?
Go for me heavy chair number.
The finishing when I do a beer.
Go for me heavy chair number.
Leave the lap into where they sing Jackson.
Let me say, don't leave the lap as him.
That's what we are there singing Abba. Leave the lap on me. Jao Pedro.
Jackson Boncheno.
Leave the lap.
This is only Jackson. Jackson Boncheno.
General,
me say
Jackson bossing
no credit.
You. They were humble. Premier League investor.
Zekov Muhammad as a boss. Honestly, I prefer Chelsea Madrid in the finals so that we can show them something small. Indeed, my Chelsea is back. We're going to win the trophy and become the most successful club in the history of football. Chelsea is our name. Blue is the color. We are we all together, and winning is our aim. Zekov Muhammad, we're free hearts in Samukakra at Chelsea. Striking is about position. McQueen, striking is about position, strength, power, cute awareness, on and off the ball. That's what Pedro is bringing on board. All left will be consistency. Good morning, Beque's residents, and we a free Eba.
Niaka. Any consistency,
yes.
Early days yet.
Because I did why you're expecting more.
Yes, we are expecting less.
Okay.
We are expecting more.
Make of fact, I am our person. Many years. When I pop. I wasn't me and Casa. And it was the person we shape PSG. Okay. Over to PSG.
It will be on the PSG match. And then 3 talking points in our absence of William Pachu. Sejo nanka Lucas Hernandez on so be share na akonya red card. Ntiene omobenya only Lucas Beraldo as the man to partner Opka or captain or the backline make Marquinhos. How is Trent Alexander now going to deal with the pacey nature of Vicha Varashilia and say Ebia Be Bakola and then Ana Dembele? That's not the big problem. And the midfield control. Sergio Vitinha, Joao Neves, and Fabian Ruiz. Madrid and SSO will look sharp in terms of Sergio Mobile release ball. SSO will have quick transition. But Sergio, I promise you in terms of midfield play, no PSG be dominating. And Sawaha Senior Luis Enrique Nadia, the transition is very quick because he always like to deal with pacey guys up front. And no the game no my Diama Madrid. PSG is the team to beat tonight. I fancy them being in the final.
As I'm listening to your experienced journalists and their analysis this morning, I can boldly say that any of the two teams that win today's game will score Chelsea and win the Club World Cup. EKSL, unadiwe ifri kaswa of Anko and Abreye. Yeah, there was a pa. Muda mufumano. Any free moi, any I could do final. Minimum shows over Man U nipe. Okay. Yenyan Shebo Nasakra and Dobeshe or Negi in your Chelsea. Who be people on Sunday. Mekono Kakofa, Niwat Scientific Herbal Clinic in Kratoka Krebi Aba Nafi Matwaso de Amamo. Yebasia.
Usafe Makwaba, Eba Niwat Scientific Hospital. A team of medical scientists. I have created a boom near the infidel was war. A juma, oh, ya swear has he, ya swear had ye. Yes, I'll buy a sabi. Near time a good amount, said the coconon. Name boom, ya do to a fiducial. The Mephidio Mushimu, the Mium at the Potier, the Yadian Breo, Nesamium in Ya, Yarene do in the piano so. The Village of Yarama to Yariasi, what the editing said. See the baby as a what to Yariasia, which in to a centum. Open what scientific hospital, Dr. Phobius Yajumani say. And Buna any Tanya or what dear Eddie Jumie no, Yenyamu na fe in Nuakasa, whom my friends have fight to chemicals no. Yes, struck Samuel in Runo, Nayan fan friend no, and for a mount. If be our kidney no, Yaria Bemo kidney no essay, young Kwana Ganaha, yet take a buying, Eddie dialysis our kidney no say I could do said Dian Kwanwa. Nyarishemu na nyedi dina for ni chiremu ewo ni what scientific hospital bofra ban eboye ama wa diabetes ye de bofra ban ene nyama bi efra e de mawa ebebo ma diabetes na o sugar e cost rupi no eno so aboa ama etinya abafum ebi na wo hwe misisi e na o problem pa e yo mema sem baba bi wonu mu a onya tenkan kwa so mo ba beda obu on so otimi nya hode ne pagya na no oba ehyemu a ehyemu na adwo e no obu on so atese ne bema no ensore kra ebi na e no bi ada so a wo no yo ba na utie me na se eya wo problem ebi na fiber na kosi a wo no kwan ana wa kwa ya sabia doctor say ensuo betata onkosi mo ovarian cyst ana se fallopian tube no e na block here obebu okura wo sebu ensisi so ni nyina timi sinyi se ho kwan be ma bia na ho so e na wo form nkwabon e wo form low sperm count na obu okura be ba be ne ho so mo no na emo no be friend say spermatozoa no ba kokura we nyina e ha esi awo ho kwan a obani what scientific hospital a enfidi ye hwe be dey di amia wo say problem bi wo no mo a ni atimi ho aduro na afi aduane e be tira mo die pressure ti amo akoma bo periperi asem kura si ofie timi mo amane obi so heme na ni bia stroke akawa to mpamo ye kwa wo ye ba wo so timi o kasa na pampan boni bi akire ye no halitosis yade baako a ya no wan obi opewase obetimi akade akire wo a ade bedi unya o kasa bia na obi atwene hwene okoda na nyimre oda odwonso antentem e papa mo mpanifo no e free 40 50 60 years e kwa ni mo no o prostate na ekese prostate enlargement e ba sa oda odwonso antentem odwonso bebransa na ade ache e mane nka achi eme nkofa catheter ahoma nkoto ba memo agusuafo bi ebere ni nti manya adaje amo ya de dia nyadidie se ni what scientific hospital Ghana hadie o pa ya sabe ya dia be film dia fidie e de twe enubna e na fa hode ni fra haban mu e de saw ya de ma wo na e ni what scientific hospital yi wo Kumase Atonsu Monaco Junction ni Adansura Bank no
ɛne bi anim hwɛ ɛnkra so yɛwɔ ma 7 yɛbɛn Janet Corner dan no 0244 087687. In case you are watching us from any part of the world, whether you are in any African country or you are watching us from Europe, you can contact us on WhatsApp +233 244 087687 or on Google Map. Just type Niwat Scientific Hospital and you'll be given the exact location.
Niwat Scientific Hospital. Nyanko Pwanda Rumenti. Wamoto. Edema.
Kessben television. Yeah, to also the mamo enche the other stories no and so bebrem na be say the maminko easy waterproof paint Kofi Amboakon ababetrase the ninsem no brayen easy waterproof paint or no more leakages. And then many bam who so now abetrase the commentary no comment ya kan babe running but many bam who so do me man running yes
Sergio
me call for no say tentem na on number no
okay
Eja hotel for no
all right
coffee body yeah
oh good say my fan ji akese ma wati for no on this biggest sports platform platform here the biggest
wow,
you know even to qualify it Sergio Mobajuma now the woman say my indica number no
yes
0593
Kofi wa for pen 0593
70
76
96 0593 70 76 96 when the factory number Brakofi ofre and the Ghana Maya Santimai will be a friend.
Yeah.
Sergio, you can easy waterproof painter. A painter and the Adansidia air banner, Sergio.
Yeah.
A brad being in Tiasia. Now the rate at which amount for air to paint, Sergio. My platform no aboye P.
Now
aboye P.
Okay.
Now my boss also to me your course na phone do. Now your course ke amount for a bar beto. Amount for bar no more rush bar. As soon. It me papa was fie. Send a Sergio can and now fear a and how home called Bokan called Ton Chancy and Chancy company bien ko kasa krabium.
Yeah.
Say chance I win na china tan. Udi enso baba ya so ye no be fraying. O friend nyina no ye ba be penti dan so ma kama ye penti twice ye penti first one ye hwe ma weda no ya awu asa dey be penti second one ama
okay
na ye penti the money ye den say e ma ye papa say o mama ka de say you ye de no ye free be pigment and ye free be binder e bi won pa na paint ahodo no be brace and dem away no e bi nim because binder no ma paint ni ye very strong it is a money it look very strong it is a money
okay
na the woman say ye paint is ye bag na ha ache o but say you no ye model ro it ye jama ya no ye don be ya ye tisi mu no no ma say yes there is a difference
okay
because ye na ye painter can tell ya kan wasem yi ye timi disi no e ma ni pati mi ko so ma ye eti de me kan say odofo efie de adapade e dan ankasa no ye de bo ho ban. The reason why you sit down you painting is for preservation, and it's here for identification, and it's here for sanitation.
Okay.
When you know the essence of all these the best paint more sanitized. Easy waterproof paint.
Okay.
Paint obi ba ufie no easy identification or tunania easy waterproof paint. Because painting and na first Sergio will be fair koye and no mu yi no.
Wow.
E dana see na Sergio ho kala no. Na see nyina pro. Wo fie kase po nyese certificate yomo.
Okay.
Enti obi dia so ye ko rufu man wo kotwini. Enti dia ya kan say we say e chance na awe na chi o. But ye paint e rufu ye see the state of the paint.
Okay.
Eti colors ni dia me say ye kan say no be say ye di agro. Tutumrika na bra ya so SCC ye. Me recommend say all contractors, all builders. Mo amu ye painter mo pese na mo nya more contracts there. Paint be boa e easy waterproof paint. And now you contractor. You be a professional painter.
Yeah.
The best paint I am recommending for you easy waterproof paint na the make can say aha no yen twan kontompo platform we so
sure
ade anya papa Sergio will never allow it on the show
no way
because on the brand ne so eti ye can say no be say agrobi na edi wo de otifi obedi ho achinye na wo beba na wo beba enne na ebo no wo found wo ma meto probably next week or next 2 weeks near the kakra beka ho obi fie na se nyina abom pumpunya ene yakwa ko penti atwa se nyina ama na kama enne o say awrade edan ya na enne me de sak bodan no say ya na frofro na nwa nyina abegum nsem no enne mo be ye ma me no all this problem is solved eno ne friend bombs no eno na me ka che on say easy waterproof paint enne ma ye dia ye paint ni ne ma ewo mu no paint bia ni ho was adding bi e ma nipa nada o say paint we fiam no ne kejo we swimming pool bi okumase ha ene e ko paint ma no blue see blue ni and ye wie no papa no say wa boka wo pu no sa
okay
ya hu say you see what I'm it we os so nkania no obu so gum no o say what this paint is really a good paint say ejo ye no ye tumra na ye kire o we are not just here to just say ye kan keke ye wie na am visuals of the works ayakoye you say na me boys no mo ye so busy on the field to the sense say obia fresh omunya bi to the sense say ye be here be more hands to come and help that ye can say and the easy waterproof paint a company and they do ho bomb na wasi ufie wie na ufie ni si ba bi na nsu anonom na paint e say okoto e de paint fie no easy waterproof paint it would the answer obefra yen it was 0593 70 76 96 say one Freddy and why you amana ni 43 ba bia ni ho wa audience obefra no sa number we yi odi u pictures of the rooms ni niam no e bia problems awo da no be send ye WhatsApp now the audio voice atwase you ebeba betie ni afro back na ba bia dan no bia na yakohwa ma and now the dan job so onko yaro dan ma wa onko to painter oba ko to de food de anya papa because of on interest oba free roche baba no na dan si ho ba na painter de paint no nya painter pe na nya paint papa ye paint no air true enso pemu na enso bo na pa enya paint na ba bia enso bo na nonom na say wura dan no mu da bi ye de sleepy ena ye be ye adwuma na mouse ni e ba na say ya paint down mu dada ye free bibi ya be scrape all the rooms ye be clear down mu nyina ye wia ni ya sample pa down ho ama ye be wie no na fe na infu trouble down mu ya make sure say e be clean down mu nyina and sun ye be mix it with water e ma paint bia nada say then na de be mix it eno ani show me I'm telling you today e ma paint bia nada wo de show no mix it wia na fe de ye say ye be rolling ya start ya de apenti ye penti ya ma no wo down no 24 good hours and some brain ye penti ya and ya de no ya be second coat and the final coat ye ma na wo but the issue no say whether na nya they say no if the weather is not too good ye penti because be na ye start ya ye adwuma na nso na to it easy waterproof paint there and up a very good swimming pool up a pool a nipa dem who say yes be da pool mo a up a dan a up say ne obi frechiri ba no say dan we fe and that way nika fa easy waterproof paint ye madana bright when chance na we na chin ye paint ma wa edan obi afri oh say jo we say sifie foforo o si dabi that ba ko na dadana and am be easy amadana ife na am me dana come on easy waterproof paint there so one fa ho ametre yen se wa plaster ofie wie no ameto anko paint now tratra ho and the wala because ye paint no any expire and see one keki to say yanom de ensi won tisio all you need is say dan no ubewie e dan ubewie before so ubewie no wanya paint si ho to say the ubesi dan na watoto iron rods go no say na say onya paint si ho uwia painter crown ni asem bi aka uni painter o to wa so e hoda na de painters ne numbers man they know how to go and use the paint no makoye adwuma na man neat no chomka it easy paint waterproof paint there ye ba magana ma santiman eni wiase nyina Sergio na ma wie theory no wadaroma yar pen yetimi edi ensa esiebo editum say easy paint enu ne Sergio ahun
sure
say so bia nim Sergio
bia nim
I like that na chini o Sergio enti de ye kan say easy paint won kan say Sergio say Sergio paint we say ye painter any binder nim and then you say a lot of pigment I can be feeding by hand be so good me say why by now and I can fit it to grow by now
sure
enti the make say easy waterproof paint Sergio me dia dance kakra bi na do wo fia o he no na enye na dwemu ntawantawa say na some brand take enokre easy waterproof paint Sergio enu nie me mana kon me chika kra Sergio na sa eya me nanda na se na
na no
me fa
we are on saso
fefem amana
yeah
it is Sergio enu ni o yeah it paint ben the che paint we wasi fie wie odofo na obema wo dan asei obema wo dan si abompumpunya they make catch and say easy waterproof paint is the only paint recommended for all builders all contractors hospitals schools na their friends say Sergio who say kola don muta church or down ho ba ejuba no mo church ho the only thing now is ofon to bagu bia o dey apapa so you get a quality back and impanya we
o the easy paint
ya na o ya church or down ho o for the stick to be no apapa dan you na say anya the number the actual paint in the back eti dem can say ade papa yen kan wa sem pisa jo say wa maka say enche me bomb pa ye ba be your the brother ambassador ke say pa awiasi na be wo say Sergio say easy paint is the best. I tell you. Sergio, me be sorry. 0593 70 76 96 0593 70 76 96 and na mo pebi no dia mo kan na ma no kwa do hu Sergio a so Sergio easy paint ko fia mo akona ma no wo emi hia o ba bia o bi o de me na ma mema o na Sergio de o de obi ba mete no so say hu me ma nice discount
ko fi body kan ho
it is Sergio meda wase me sorry 0593 70 76 96 easy waterproof paint Sergio from here
no more leakages yes
Sergio meda wase
10
come on for free it is to do Sergio mo from you
okay
course ne ba it would do better Kofi Body ya betu mo
na osu di medin ba
for sure
obe mo bi o fro bi aka so odi medin na eba o all right enti monka mo leakages awodo ni na nsuo tutoi easy ebema no ay simple kra ama nsuo bia ema odem ho ebiom na fei ba bia afrofro da bia se de kan mo walls na aye style bia openti na samba no na do tatahwe and easy waterproof paint kan colors ni nyina bi enso ewo ho the color bia opebia onsa ebeka ya to so de amamo our Muhammad Baba transi na fei ya hwe eye stories no enso emu kakra Kessben television Kessben 3.3 Kessben 2.9 Accra 11C as a Jackson has some goals to his credit because he's in a formidable team like Chelsea. Let's see him in a less vibrant team. He can't score more than 5 goals in the entire season. All right, then order to asubium. Okay. In an average EPL team, Pedro is the real deal. Jackson's mates in the GPL are Amankona, Kwampoku, Albert Amwa, and Hamza Issa. Pedro is like a Samoajan, Tony Yabua, Eric Bekwe, and George Al Hassan. Hey, you better ask me, I love you, see, okay. Enti emfansi ana awa Muhammad enso nto aso kakra mfa mai awa
Sergio anope ya
bouncer e de message bi eba e de mawo na menim se mehu no hasisi a awa Muhammad analyzing the Madrid game is always the same every day the opponent is a favorite Basa Bekum Awa bouncer the ultimate scaffold Achimota new overhead about obi one Madrid bebia opponent in your favorite because of your laugh and
Barcelona. And yet the opponent be favorite. Because when Madrid were meeting Juve, I knew Madrid were the favorites. And they ended up beating them when they met by Dortmund. So Sergio, that was it. But we a more fancied PSG side or more recent European champions. So a normal headel no a tough kakra. But that doesn't mean say Real Madrid intimate PSG and free. That doesn't mean Real Madrid intimidate PSG.
Okay.
They can also beat PSG in tonight's game. So you I bet to just pay 75 million euros. Deal done, sealed, completed. Victor Osimhen to Galatasaray. So you go pay na it was meant say Abdullah Kavuku who happens to be the vice president of Galatasaray, Echo Italy, and Anopeya, and Napoli, no more could na final lapses no. For Gala and then Victor Osimhen, omone personal terms no. Niaka in between Napoli and the club Galatasaray. And the na indication is how woman say Galatasaray for train Emma data 15th June edrua. Se jo ka figure no ebesa kobe 100 million euros. So Victor Osimhen initially told Galatasaray entourage say omonyantem no munya de no because already Aurelio De Laurentiis they were passing ne verdict say so Osimhen say on he doesn't have a problem. But ka Galatasaray for ni train ma didn't do 15th of July yeah month here woman say jo ka deal no be do around 100 million euros. So deal signed, sealed and delivered. Now Victor Osimhen is completely Galatasaray player. After say last season Okobo honum Ekobo loan Eko the top scorer Timi Bo Momo winning the Turkish Cup and of course the Turkish Super League no Victor Osimhen Galatasaray were impressed with the performance and said yo Onwasa passing the verdict say he wants to remain in Europe. He still fancies playing in Europe's top elite division of club football like UEFA Champions League. That's the reason why I rejected huge offer from Al Hilal of Saudi Arabia. So Victor Osimhen is set to remain in Europe with the adventure no air to also our Galatasaray. So Joe, Ababe told you say Sunderland so ameki another signing of Reinildo Mandava, former player of Lille, or make him move to Atletico Madrid. So Joe, Obia Otasha Atletico Madrid pa onim defender ya mekan wasem left-footed. So yo major de say Ghana for be brem person be kai this guy. He was the one who scored the final goal. Amwa me ntimi an qualify e wo recent AFCON eko ya. Richard Ofori ntimi an chebo no. After the second corner no taking no. Say yo this was the guy Reinildo Mandava who scored the final header. A game no ended 2-2 between the Black Stars of Ghana and the Los Mambas of Mozambique. The last year's AFCON. Ama yentimi am progressi anko the group beyond the group stages of the AFCON. So he's set to join Sunderland after say leave Atletico Madrid at 31 years. But say Joe, the problem nini Sunderland omo ye new to almost about into the Premier League. Yes, omo signing Habib Diarra from Senegal in a record transfer fee of almost 30 million pounds. Omo signing Noah Sadiki of DR Congo. And I said, Omo signing Reinildo Mandava of Mozambique. Said all these guys are making once omo nations are qualified for AFCON. And said AFCON Beshas here December this year now end January. And that is where baby a league ne book. So imagine Nansen how the teams so move free championship eba premiership now. Do omo mosako. Because Burnley came, Leeds United came, they went. Shed the season a chem ya. Omo free championship by and say yo man mosako. Oka Ipswich Town, Oka the likes of Southampton and Leicester City. And say yo for Sunderland as a club for almost 6-7 years no money Premier League. Moba and almost some making purchases of African guys say yo moba they are likely to command starting lineup. And in a place another time AFCON ebeba so now you are going to miss these key players. Say yo ebe how because do baby a league ni book do December January that is where baby a league ni book yet me determine who gets the chance to win the league and those who survive relegation. So yana those times so a very very key that incident Say yo the new general manager of Kano Pillars Mika Ahmed Musa the board, the entourage and the governor of Kano State a meeting. Now in his resolve what he kind to just say he wants to make sure that the club ever return it back to the glorious days of how they were meant to be. So yo oka Nigerian kasa as a nation omoka one of the countries any national rivalry say be a club football Nigeria ni bi. Say ni bi a okọ ha kotokone house wo ho e bi a okọ at oko ebia Egypt ubenya Senegal ubenya Zamalek Ali ebia oko South Africa ubenya Kaizer Chiefs omumu nibi inti ya no more clubs no edidem. You see the dominance of sebia way bar no akwa kotiada ebia Rivers United back no akwa kotiada, so they don't have something of that sort. And honestly Kano Pillars were one of the successful sides in Nigeria where omo Champions League make at a point in time omo eliminate Nadia Alali with coach Malik Jabir on the touchline for them. But the omo performance na kwa work from kakra. But now with the coming in of Ahmed Musa, he has promised obe elevated the team no na one team no aba back to omo glorious days how they used to be. And then women's AFCON no twice with the second group games, you know. Yebehu Zambia playing against Senegal. And Zambia gave us a very toast of their good performance during the first game. The opening game between Omoni and Morocco. No. But an opponent, another tricky opponent in the shape of Senegal. Because Senegal is also one of the nations, as I say, amongst women's football, they won 4-0 against DR Congo in their first game. And I think it's an easy game for Coach Nora Hoptel and the charges, you know. But she has two ladies depending on because these are the deadly attackers that she has. Meka Barbara Banda and of course Rahel Kudananji and I think that these ladies boa Coach Nora Hoptel now prosecuted the agenda by beating Senegal. For Morocco meeting DR Congo is likely to be the weakest team within the group. And Morocco said they are also one of the rising forces from the last edition when they were losing finalists. Tough game against Zambia, but they managed to make sure some equalizer. I acquired 2-2. So I fancy the Moroccan team also beating DR Congo. And then the second round of group games now. So you know Carlos Alcaraz, very swift, very simple. 3 sets were so simple. Arena Sabalenka na nihoche no kakra, but she managed to come back strongly against Laura Sigmund.
Nori on money is simple marker.
That you know Timino.
Yeah. Money is simple.
Timino like
yes. Competition.
Yes. Asema SSM Mekano no Timino. Me medical pass me verdict say Carlos is the man to beat in this year's Wimbledon. Okay. So that's it.
Okay. In the area ni musene Yannick Sinner and Djokovic. Other semi-finals. Na nyame aduma Sunday yehundi obeko na fe Alcaraz and Djokovic ako finals. Ana
possible.
Yeah, possible.
Say last 2 editions of one more finals.
Yes.
So
it's possible. All right. Enti na eno so eno no Awa Mohammed minim say wia ye be hwe hin ne we say under 20.
Yes, black satellites.
Okay. All right. But e be wi na 20.
Ye minu ene na aka minu anu so be ye na.
Okay. All right. Enti mi di dwa akra bia ba na ye ba local sources no kwa na ye de be bremo. GCB Bank, your bank for life. MTN everywhere you go. DSTV, your home of entertainment. Toyota Company Limited. Ghana Drive Toyota Starlet. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. Pepsodent, Pepsodent Charcoal, any Heba, the Abejaso. The best rural bank, 2023. Chamber of Commerce, Nedis Abasubodi, the Amajabin Rural Bank. Kaho na fa ho bo omo. Balm of Gilead. Grace Gift Herbal Clinic and Lab Services, Ban Herbal Clinic, Herbasol Company Limited, Printwear Services Limited, Dr. Amuzu Herbal Clinic, ono bia di nani echre sese ko na ho ebeto Tonchi Herbal Clinic, Easy Waterproof Paints, no more leakages, Otria Herbal Center, Divine Hope Herbal Center and the Otria Herbal Powder and so about. Pimsign Company Limited, Niwat Scientific Herbal Clinic, Kojak Pharma Products, Kaho na Kopebi Eto, Daoud Herbal Clinic, Ghana Herb, Omo ND Executive Prostate Clinic no and so about. St. Louisa Herbal Clinic, Gentleman Dental Clinic, Piwak, 3P garlic mixture. Almost de aba ejaso enunti na mamike aba betra ha ode nsempi ebre mamike
Sergio
say yeah
nyame adom
yeah Zambia opeso ye young sa
Sergio
yes young coordinator brain
medase
3P
garlic mixture medofu yam wache emwa ha enche na dumie no abo mebusa sa ompo no emute sen megiri sa waje mesu ofie se nyankopon adom oho ye papa Piwak natural I did 3p garlic mixture abedwa so ena ene na wotwena kɔ asabetu asundwe mu a ye ne wo asan edi ahia na wotwene kɔ ne betu se ya medofo no wadi afio enye bete na se nsu sa wohwe weda no a weather no aye chilled ankasa aye cold every June ebe ni nyina no emu aye nwunu pa menim se bia ye betumi adi mu akwa kosi August mu eno nti na wo hia 3p garlic mixture onim de nti a se ewiem ye kusu se na awiam mo a aye na emoja na edi afrusane no ebre because on says awia body a bo se bibia ye kama ne moja no edi umu afrusane ye etu says yes ye na asa wa ye cheko ase awodew eno no so wan hwe ye yare bia betwam etim bekara wo ena se wiem so ye kusu se ya ede ewa asma ene ahotutuo ena enam eno ntimi srew papa se hwehwe 3p garlic mixture ekira kwan esansa weather no emu aye nwunu eba sa immune system no eniema tumi kofom asa wode obi asa wuti pai obi asa wo ho nkentene wo menyare nso mentia po asa waye no fo wo dampamu anyame amwa wa wuntimi kura nsore nsi fom wadro eye 3p garlic mixture anopa no a wo so de ye na wunya tea bi wache bi koko bi banku bi edi ye no ano na wa 3p garlic mixture na wanom obon se emoji na hyase edi afrusane yie body no ebeye warm ohunye nwunu na akwakofo ha bi dia bro enam 3p garlic mixture akọ omoja munti ebemu ahode foforo bi edi akọ wadwuma beba fie enti sa weda no de aye no me sebio me hunu mu so ne nsio awode me hu de menye me ho no wonhu sa de ne bi ebekwa do akosi afi na wieye yesu nti because 3p garlic mixture bo ho ban so what you say eboa ememoja edi umu afrusane yi eboa nso ma enkwamwa no enya ahoden so ho eti abre bia no oye fit hoden mesro weda we de wadura eye 3p garlic mixture frani ani nkomo ebia make say na why no fon ewa ha na ha wo bowa ohuni mu so ne nsio enkwada da bia sa wa ye mre frani ani nkomo sisi a ne enche o sade obanum 3p garlic mixture no eduru senso a asthma etete amanfo honam yaw ebetete wo pa frani ani nkomo ne ye moa ye number no eye 0248 92 8824 0248 92 8824 kaisa edura meni wodi hu nkomo anopa ahia yi eye 3p garlic mixture etie no de medofo se de weda na yenti na mede betwa mu ma awo no pe 3p no na weda no amfaw ebeboa me no mienu pa amada bia no ye ho aye den no fon bia me honam ye me ya me bowa me masema ye mere bia no ene utonkwanta wapai 3p garlic mixture ene bedi wakagire mu ene ye hwe ma ebo ma nkombo ane but e ma nkombo nso de etwere mema damu esan se ye ya bodi mu ka kire enti mema no ye ka eje ekura na motie madan die na ye wo ye tim ye de enti se ye di ma ho nkomo a e wo se mema no mota ya chi na mososo ye so na moje ya baba ene ye hwe emma menstrual disorder me ka ye be me be o na se we di ebra ebe kan obasa wonim de enti a se wo ba fichi kro no e haw ewo mu ebetuma ye wo yire wo dofo bi ana wo baba enti ebekan be ma nso de muni eti bibi ha ye ne a eye mo ne ebekan a kire mo enu nti so wo ba bi afichi kro ho nsem enkoyi a menua be ma wo ye wo yire no ye odofo no de we etua yonko ho a etua won so ho we entua duam ebekan wo be ma no nso eti menua be ma se wo yire odofo aka a kire wo baba na ka kire wo se wo bu ne nsa na se wo bread ya P garlic mixture mano na onnom ebeboa ne pa esan sa 3p garlic mixture ena sa wono mu a oba emu afichi kro ho nsem ekoyie edemaw sabra make said ye weda you cry ye die se wa num 3p garlic mixture ama moja ni umafru sane yi a na sa wo sa wa afichi kromu hawa ene wa hwe ye cry na ye bi makora because weda na yesi a moja no entimi ne afru sane yi etire wo hia 3p pebi nom na ebeboa wo oba obu nsa na ada ne utipai wa uhu dia wonya ho wo bi eni so timi bri no because sebi emoja ne babebre eni kwasa yesa e wo se eye adantemo medium ana intermediate see wo beginners eni e wo advance adantemo eni kwasa ye bebre eni kwasa ye ketekete e se eye ho eni ho sa na oba obu nsa e wo se eye edru ebeboa eye 3p garlic mixture o menses no ebe bum 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 a ene yade bebre ne nam etim wani so ebriu etim a wuntumi mpie nko ba bia wuti be pai wo saa na sebi wa yase ene wusisi na etwaw wuntumi nya hwe eto dampa obi wo ha wuntumi enidi menua bema pebi koma odofo no onom wate ebeboa ne pa obebu ne nsa enso bekọ adwuma aye de wose ye bia enya ahoden mapa o menses no emma bebre eba nkete sene ne beba kitwe bi ade achi a kitwe bi 3 days na atwa fibroid na ebo onka ye no wonhwe yi a awo ho be ye den dia ma wo afunso ebe ye kutu woje wo ho a enye wodidi kakra bi ne wa men menses no emma yi a eno so ebetumi ayewosa nom 3p garlic mixture say a problem bi ena ba unipadua ni mu a ebeboa wo emoja na ebesane ebenane na aba kama na woba waye oba asima obi nso de eba nso sebi eyiyi de mike ma ne tiase eyiyi tem medafo hawo akire pe 3p garlic mixture na enom ebeboa ama wo system no emu beda ho nipadua no edro betwa fa wontire mu aye omoja ne mu adwuma 3p garlic mixture na aboa ama ofechiko na eba nketenkete eyiyi tem no ebejai na oba wonso wanya ofa ahudie ye number ne efre doctor ne uni nkomo emfa o menses no anase ofechiko no ho number no eye 0248 92 8824 0248 928824 medafo kai se 3p garlic mixture e wotoam ehwe ho a ebo intimisira woto a na wosomu yie afi kai se 3p garlic mixture oba wo fichi kro ho nsem a meka no obi de ne menses no onyem onya menopause enso atwa abaya pa o ne menses no atwa amonamo no medafo awo ho nsem na odi di agoro no eye fibroid na ebo wonka ye no obi simi de menya me menses o pe 3p garlic mixture na enom ebeboa o menses ne beba kama ovulation be ye adwuma amasa wote aware ase a wonu kunu be wo amwani ajepa esan se oba wa fichi kro ene be kire se obeye ovulation ana onye ovulation so na be kire wo se wo betu nkosia ana wontu kosia na be ma ne wohia kosia na chi ne hunsuo no ama aye eba ama wotimi anyinsen awo afa oba bi ti aware ase onim ne cycle na ye ka ho asa na ma menche mu kakra oba sa wonya o menses ya eno ya de na eha ma bebre ema awo ho nsem no aka akire de ma omo enso akọ hospital yes problem bi eni ho akakra na me de me ko twetwe no asi se me fa ne se ene date eye 9th July no enna sa o menses ne ba ya na wakan wonsa sa edikosi eda ebesi 28th day se sa da ne sia sa da no ene wo se o menses no esaba obi de 27 obi dia 24 obi an the cycle se wo kan a ekosi so pepepe se de etie na ebi won ma so te baako ebi won so na baako bia betoso e ba check ni ye na aboa amwo hu bre wo se wo ye ovulation na woni be ma hia watimi atonkosia e de ne kofa fiti kro emu ya wo ede ba mi bu mi nsa mi sisiye me ya mi bu mi nsa ma yasiye me ya den mi ti pai me mani su brime mi ntimi nya me ho hwe ebi yesebio enura ye no ma ye mpese ebe nyinsen ebi na empe wo ho eno ebetumi aye wo saa obu onso na call pani a ompese obe nyinsen kwanchen onko hospital ni ayama no o madam fo akosu ya kwa ebi misumi koye bi ebi na wo amwa etima o menses no ebe bum ana etwa menses no ana etimi twa wo hwe eti wo koye a na wo hwe ni ye obi nso wo no masebio wanyinsen amana sei etimi wa fichi kro no problem eba ho obi nso de eye se ebi a wawo awie na wo n'echi no eno so how etimi ba ensem ne de eye bebre afiche kromu yawo no enema bebre ne kofa ede ba freyen na doctor ene uni nkomo yen cheche oni ema ni so se na be ya obebu nsa kama se obesima na bibia akoyie wo Kumasi abowura Kolenak Heba Danny Heba Kriske Heba obenya 3P garlic mixture hofonko Albert Sam takrade eye AA Mensa Koforidua eye Gabson Pharmacy Mumuni Away Enterprise ewo wa yene cathedral ne dinhwe ni mu wofa kwadwo Heba tamale babia electromat ne wona ena akwa UDS nso a Charles Heba ewo ho kwa Accra Okanshi Kingswalk Kofsam ena Angel Heba Little George Ekus Pharmacy Health Alert Clinic Ghana ha babia wo bia do kwa wo say ope 3P garlic mixture ema no monkoto bi na mo no mema no monto bi nkofie nkoma mma no ebeboa pa efichi kwa ho nsem ekoyi a emefie ye nikanika efie akona akondo yare bi ani ho problem ni ho beba na aduane si ho bibia ekoso kama na menses abana me yade a wani nje ye nyina ye nhwe ye ho na emwa 3P nti bema odo no aso ye number ye 0248 92 8824 Francis ya na doctor enu ni nkomo nyankopon ya adom a that's a 3P garlic mixture ye no be say dey chia
3P o 3P ka ho na pebi enom na ebesi sound papa eyedru amfo kamfo pa ka ho ba bia eton bibia no piwak for ene dey about 3P garlic mixture obetimi so afre numbers no na nkomo bia mpanifo obebuso mo afa ho bia no enso mo de amount okay kwa miki at the local source no ebeba betwa so de amayen de na ode ba afa eye afisam no eho yedi nkan bobo so nkra good morning boss the teams Chelsea played in the Conference League are similar to the teams they face in this FIFA Club World Cup, so no wonder they are in the semis. They always have luck in group stages of every tournament they go. Okusie na anyway abrayen enye nwanwa emse wo pie free bommu de musie bia bon bi mu na wo pie nti antase na account
fa ni so man antase
kusie de emse musie wo da bon bi mu na ya bo musie na wo pie ya na wo kan de yo de. All right, yenhwe we enso kwa Mickey Atrase Desmond enso na di we by the winner of this Club World Cup will be the world champions for 4 years. So imagine Chelsea winning and being the world champions till the next 4 years. Nah, it won't be safe for football. We can't stand their fans. Even now, cry into me. What's Sergio? We are number one. You yati. Desmond, anyway, if free Angumaso and so about Omo can Makabi, Pinkabi, and one some see and penny for some Yankasa to say tournament in February. Then I would be Nibum, Minkahokra, and Paucho. Apino, I won't talk for now. I'm waiting for the Blues to do the do by lifting the trophy, and you hear from me. Apino, and so the day about I don't know. Kwame, Mickey.
Yes, General. Na ho ye
yakopadum
anope man hu ntra na bisa se ma hye den hu ni
hu anope
mi hu se mi no Kessben hu a wo sa be di nko nam dwumedi so nko ade hye me se tido
okay
hu anope
so wakudi ni kama so
oh mi wi am
na me no so ntino suma me se me ndo koko mwe wono
so to ba ma baby the only general. Oh, sir, penny small kula and akula small penny, and independent relationship.
Yes. Me know.
I didn't mean say.
So that's my Monday. Oko fear yes small. Obaha na be small me. It's unfair.
A brass said the local ba.
You're great.
What you know, Mammy says, so Becan or Panamiri Betuja, Sir Honorable Sports Minister, Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, Obaba Kumase, and no pay non Kunu, Obaba Kumase, now Ojumidi Sunko, Ebedi Ewo Kumase, Babayara Sports Stadium. Nina say Kumase Asante Koroko request in it, say, I was a Babayara Sports Stadium, no Umutimisi or Makai, oh, Abra, Wamo Ebobo Calf. Confederation Cup games I would do Kumasi Sports Stadium pese ho eno mutimi si omakan even to the extent say goal starts crown and so ayoma dwe say kobase baba yara Sports Stadium no eye ready a mo ebe pese omo ebesi omakan no ewo ho nti anopay 9 o'clock and the Honorable Sports Minister Honorable Kofi Idi Adams obepie mu Kumasi de dikan no Honorable Kofi Idi Adams oye Sports Minister one Dr. Amwako Hene ono so na Central Regional Minister woman can boom and inspective facility no ewo Kumasi Sports Stadium ti January we bra the Honorable Sports Minister ono ene Central Regional Minister ene technical advisor womo enso inspective Babayara Sports Stadium ti Babayara ena sabria no peya womo inspection no abra minister ena edie ni ma wahye tutum na Central Regional Minister enso etosu emienu nti Kumasi Babayara Sports Stadium ena January omo eco rounds eco inspection enso omo nanti stadium ho nyina ehwe niema ne sedie Babayara situation pa esitie na January Babayara esiwo shame we
inspections by 100 times the eternity
we dressing rooms awoto Babayara Sports Stadium dressing room and yeah show Kessben anopeya na
titi hanga bi esinse ho sa hanga we intro dog hanga we ya dey hanga Jesus we intro
we ni sukroma je
we titi hanga we
oh general
we ni sukroma je
mo je you ko la ko nya bito go
shower slim na general dressing room wow Babayara Sports Stadium
wow
na omukọ inspection to omukọ rounds abutere mu no se na room ya analysis a omeyi ho nyina ama ometimi amobie hu se de sitie enso je no omu wie no musa so koye hu se Babayara pumping machine omo problem ewom and into green as pitch no enye into omukọ underground so underground do ekohwe pumping machine no se de sitie ewo ho into omukọ na ho situation ni eni je no toilet seat asese wo Babayara omukohwe ni nyina ewo stadium we underground pumping machine ewo ho no na omo akwa inspection enso ewo ho a omo hwe nti pumping machine no eho na womo akwa inspection enso ho a toilet seat awodo a ewo ho ni nyina no ekirese asese na egu ho you know Babayara na anope
eni ehwe
nti Babayara situation ni we toilet seat awodo a gu nyina
wow
apasese
Babayara
na asaya da hu gu ere no mokotungu
Babayara yare
the minister bisa say how take inventory ama asaya munyin free ane nkotungu
gu ere
gu Babayara eyede
here for recycling
wow
Babayara
gusu aye
nti Babayara
na okasa fam se bisu radio no mo ni
nti je no Babayara situation ni enso ewo hom na Honorable Kofi Idi Adams okasai edefa eye damage seat awodo a ewo stadium won say seat awodo Babayara Sports Stadium no bebre asese ye se Babayara for 40,000 nti seat awodo damage seat asese won nyina no okasai edefa yenti nsem a okan edefa on pumping machines la ase ni nyina
You don't have space.
No.
Well, this is interesting. Okay, I'll find out why you were not giving space to, and then Accra has until now they still even have, and they are able to accept that they don't get all the colors. Sometimes you see a green area and then they go and feed yellow because maybe the green is finished or something like that. But have you assessed the number of damaged seats?
Yes.
How many?
1,678.
And the total capacity is 40,000. 40,000. Exactly 40,000 or about 40,000?
About 40,000, about 42, 41,000.
Okay. All right. So we will take the report. So critically, the machine to pump the water because the pitch is critical. The safe zone. If we have to get clearance from CAF, we have to do something about the safe zone immediately. So fans cannot in any way have access to the players or to see them. That must be avoided. So two things. Either we are condemning this sitting area. So if we look at condemning all these and roofing that portion, it is better to roof than to condemn this whole area because it will be loss of revenue. So we'll have to roof, and then of course the bench also being the covering and then getting it extended. I think if you are able to do this,
the PA system is
well, for PA system, even if you don't fit it immediately, anytime we have Accra to, that's what we do. I always bring external sounds to come and it adds to the entertainment value. Most times the stadium PA system is not so strong for that. So that we can improvise for the meantime. But the floodlights, the pumping situation, treatment of the pitch, the reserve bench, and then the safe zone, I think are the critical areas that we have to. Of course, your ticket turnstiles also. Is it that they are rusty or what?
Rusty and non-functional, most of them.
That they don't turn again.
They don't turn again. No.
Some do, others do not. And also the gates, the gate that covers the whole street, most of them has defasting from it, the hinges and other.
And all that is in your report?
Yes, please.
Yes, and have you gotten somebody to come and assess how much it will cost to do that, or you haven't done that? You've done all that.
Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, Obepiemo Kumasi Sports Stadium, and I said Babayara Sports Stadium, Nensama Ojo with the two. And also Kasai said many mieno, I was see me fix Babayara because two teams now, Omopesa Moko, and Moko Africa, two teams no Moko Africa, Kotoko and Gold Stars, no meaning na person bo or Babayara. In ten many mieno, also me fix Babayara, na two teams no, it me take part. Honorable Kofi Idi Adams.
The situation now, the technical advisor, the public relation officer, and the penny for, and the one I can assure you, say, Chebia, the directives are His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Odimai, the say, a good year, ye didn't Babayara Sports Stadium, Ebesan Yeden Ababium. Because in terms of soccer, stadium facilities are now players Bibri Epepa Babayara. Omo friend the maker of what? Football. And he say we make no engineer here na itumi how. But yababeshe enye beyond us. Ebeshe na yaye ama agrudia yedin ewo ha yesi akan ewo Babayara the way it used to be no ebesan yeden ababio. That I can assure you, Madam Wase.
Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, the sports minister, and some of the two Jan Osaso Kasai, two teams. About African or Kasai at the form TNT two teams and some Wakaya at the far one.
Ben Peso Mbebon Waha can Ben sorry man just immediately, sir. And not just Kotoko, even the BBNE Gold Stars almost qualify for continental level. Nano mobile at the Sren no 2 million. Say in a unity akwakoye mo and this enka you to be so here bibi ewo Babayara ha omo be adapt her as from there home because ebe won So it is not just Kotoko. 2 teams from Ghana, continental level, no, home base. So that is why necessary. Say you maintain facility, and you repair facility. No. Corporates, me invite you home. So 2 critical teams now qualify for the continental level. Now, how home match? And see, now who sponsor? Now you yard any year. Also, we then ebeba baby. So you will get naming rights. You bet to me, Edim baby or space baby or you bet to Edino. And to who sponsor, we can label somewhere after you. Maybe this mining company waiting room, this stand, that stand, even here to do Edim baby, and that becomes part of your legacy. So, moment, there's a lot of benefit to helping us rebuild our stadium.
Hold on. Let's do one question. Two English questions. Sporty.
General, where you and course so I will come as a sports stadium and no pay and the sports minister and technical advisor on mobile inspection on one day at 2 jobs. They make us say minister and then Ashanti regional minister Omenam Kwaso Omedi actually in a hini a correct sports complex no said ye a city and so our omo edron so de be pie mu obiano ye de beba ama ye tiefo ni ahwefo and so etime hu said ye a city yen to so wa class of kaso has book at the krata abetu just sabrade womo aye eco tournament wasen komo kono womo entimi enko biom because of aye data in Sakraya abem nanka tournament be shase jumbo so na dato sunsia to the 13th and air shase then so organizers no asesa date na ba 13th to 20th na date no inse Sakraya mu no eno na akofa problem e dia ba se sabre no e be affect womo preparation womo pre-season na womo e be towards the new season into so womo tournament bia intimi emwa has team no officially omako break and na 9th womo abreaki players no enche biom baba back for the pre-season na omabe prepare for Laka Tofa baba so on the 15th to 19th of August na fi homowo versus homowo kapa womo ene Heart of Lions and Subabo na fi Democracy Cup omini Great Olympics bebo ni nyina no eno so programmer has in penny form womo aye ediato yenko Gold Stars oma qualify for Africa Kumasi Asante Kodoko de Betuja says Samson Eduku enya dio metime eno no aye adwuma biom se make say Gold Stars womo assign Samson Eduku womo so mo GDS branding experience or wono obetimi na bebo mo awo Africa womo eba beko inti Samson Eduku se die wakwa baby any Gold Stars for player wo ba bebo mo for next season here ye ba be wura for Africa eno ene sisi a edo inti Kumasi Asante Kodoko eja ne kwan no se die wakwa ye player enso wakwa boa ye boboko a ye friend no baby any Gold Stars and so our home ye beto asom our other stories ye de eba ye feni and so enchere ye doma kakra Diana Stars boboko na se ne di ani chem Diana Stars and so say and nam club license jumedi omedi show musa so mo enye ewo wo stadium ni ntino wo so ahase renovation work no ahase ho wo stadium no omo roofi so nyina fofrom wo wi dressing room no wo esiesie inner perimeter no wo ye niye dugout ni nyina no wo ye ni nyina no ye hyehyia eye club license board ede ebre omo ama omo tu wana mo enim ye no wo ameki signings atam the visa 2 plus wo assign no assign omo ko eye brekum Chelsea akofa Mizak efie so omembe bo omo enso ewo team no mu Charles eye Kamara Kumasi Asante Kodoko betoja se Kodoko pen from eye Gold Stars no wo so ene abrante no edinkoma wono so eba besi akan ede amomo enso ewo doma base team no Bright J abrante no tu kwan wo buy no contract on some na ko problem but wode na no atum se kwan bia so se no contract issues no wo me resolve ya obetena no si akan ede ama Diana Stars enso into way Diana Stars boboko no enso edem se the minister abepiemu ewo Kumasi na 2 teams wo mo ekwa Africa no say aban no na je so me support 2 teams na wo mo ebeko Africa no enu nti se draw no eba teams no a budget womo ebeye no womo ane aban ne be discuss said the Ministry for Sports and Recreation Honorable Kofi Idi Adams no ometimi aboa 2 teams no ne titu baby any Gold Stars womo ane eye bobokwa ye friend no eye kotoko no wometima support yomo na fe enyema etima konkan enso ede amomo Africa campaign no Executive Council General say the Premier League no it's likely say television rights no and commentary rights no womo ebe access and some de ma companies womo ene betimi abo no metimi twa na manfo etimi nya kwan etimi ahwe bi womo consider say ebia television right no omo de ma media general TV3 na fe womo timi etwa games no apart from eno so commentary right no womo consider some de ma Sky Consult no mo so etimi ahwe so metimi ama commentary na ada radio stations nya no enso etimi afa ni nyina no hyehyia Executive Council no Serbia next season Premier League no bibia ebetimi akonkan enso ewo Justice Blaze said here Kumasi Asante Kodokom womo soft no stance ewo Justice Blaze on be so Justice Blaze trans because he said here womo hu say Justice Blaze no nyadia obetima part nti kwa betima faso na bantu no metimi jane kwan no na sabre womo ehwe kwa betimi ede afaso womo chemo Justice Blaze nyadia ometimi ejane kwan due to say the performance womo hwe no contract mu Justice Blaze ye jane kwan because of the performance there womo say enyadia ebetimi aye possible besides that no womo say in someone yakika fa Justice Blaze hu bebre for misconduct or indiscipline or say no was said that any record be than the far so say sabre Justice Blaze no or indiscipline and na say ne modern na nyame bia wo ye no womo etimi atwe na so e de ato far so enu nti ehu behia say sabre womo ni behia say de womo hwe series comment or so many ne tenase no me discussions no edifio na kodoko gina say 3 months pay and no de be manu no akọ Justice Blaze so per 70% ba Kumasi Asante Kodoko percent o mini ni hia na fe obi a meeting yonko halfway no mo party ways na Justice Blaze and so etimi ko no ko to so esina kan e o ba bia o pese okobia say Kumasi Asante Kodoko confirm say there National Circles Council abato no wo mo ebesa so no NCC no the last meeting e dey fa fabu census wo beso mo de to aba no ho e na Kaiser Chiefs wo me no mo kwakobo no women supporters the discussions and so etimi edi afan THB and a sponsor Kumasi Asante Kodoko yamfan to the say the THB wo mo bawrum e arm wrestling into say the arm wrestling hono wo mo abawru ho wo mo ekoma mo sponsorship and aso mo sponsorship wo mo arm wrestling for no o mo ba din sasuo no bia chese ne semu den no wo mo ebe mo ntade no metimi ahye the THB ntade and a sabre wo mo enso e ba be hye e wo mo dwumedi a womo so eba bedimu yeko under 20 boboko na so ya wafo zombie tournament no enche eba be hyase eninti wafo zombie nti mekase na 20 no guso prepare the dindin for the wafo zombie tournament enche bia no eba be koso the dindin enso ewo Ghana the Black Queens of Ghana recovery training ekoso womo so prepare mo first game no ankoye amfa momo eninti sese mekase womo prepare for the next game and also so eba be koso bra womo ne Mali enso and be general we a few stories at your bobo no and ewie.
Okay, all right. Kwa miki yanko mra ina fi yeme stories no emu kakra. Havoc Edway free tema. Sir Franco Naro, I think you are wrong with the assessment that Jackson had the best debut season of any Chelsea forward. Diego Costa scored 20 goals, league goals. Not to mention Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. So you should check it again. Okay, Hasselbank scored 23 Premier League goals and won the Gold King.
He didn't play under Abramovich.
Okay.
He said under Roman Abramovich.
Oh, okay. Okay.
From Abramovich era.
All right.
Until maybe I will check Diego Costa in the first season.
All right. Okay. Yemfa commercials kakred me call Dr. Amuzu. Dr. Amuzu. Kono the how bia fakuja Dr. Amuzu. Obetini te the amount. Dr. Amuzu.
Nyina mema ahwefo nyina kwa ba Amuzu Herbal Clinic na megita min sem Amuzu P Herbal Mixture e dura bi efo agi atumu a ebua honam yawo so obi se doctor meti yawo me bema no mu idon so a meti yawo na se idon so a me bre ana se me bema no me pepe de ehia e ya Amuzu P Herbal Mixture Doc, many rich and most anime and a yell pa na mete. Say, way now to say, Bema, dear, do American for a mauno, a yamuzu P, herba mesha. Obi said, Doc, me who say me John Sa, and I Johnson in your face, and a pan worshiper. It is Johnson Echi. Doc, me John Sa, say, maybe I came. I must say, my yas, ya. Bema was a how no, me can for a muzu P, money abeko. The oti yaw on in Toshe no more. The Nintoshe na hono. Sango for nyina no me kan fa muzu pi e ma nwate obi se doctor me John so na e mo apai we na me sen obi se doc me John so na nsuo hwadotro efre mu ba e na obi se doctor me koja na so se me chemu a obo se ka fre na nsuo man efre ba no ba de uhia e ya muzu pi heba mixture oba so a otie mi a obuni se wi a echire no pampan ko na e kan ko na e ba me kan fo amuzu pi e ma wate oban so ode po how white how insio basa egu wase de pe yi pampan ya no wo shape o wase oba odun so ti yawe wedro e ya amuzu pi heba mixture oba ebu nkeka ye na che mamno kasika fio na infie bia na ebie ni kuru na no e ko ho a pampan ya ohu no nya panketwa amasabi ni confidence no kwa na e ko form oba bi otie mi a otimi buninsa in bleeding obosa within 2 months no buninsa mprenu onya kekaya na ya osa pa muzu pinu mesa nyina ejai wako twa scan yeso wo PID unu kunu hia ni nsuo nyina sem na sen na chi aba enam kekaya na akogina upiodi no nti onya muzu pinu mu a sa how ni nyina be komo ho ato sen roi ukọ pharmacy ukọ drugstore herbal shop obenye bi etu no anya bi ato wokumasi akodani herbal misi herbal apidank omo mbrom sanso na icof ni colinac omo ashtown Accra wokọ kanshi dragley obisa na buache Kingswalk Tinates Repash and Hallows ebi etu nro makon anase duduo pirano ukọ no so pamuzu pia obenye bi ato se opese no semise bia creative so fa na manefre for further and better direction amuzu pi heba mixture maudi hio chalo bida hefuasi
okay right na ye discussions no and so kakra Mr. Kofi Champon ma emo wakwaba se bibia ye
imi adaro maraka na
so we dey nyankopon se ya bibia so ekoso kama pa all right if you say no de be fine
okay so me starting from area here, of course of interest to me yeah stadium no minister by inspection no
okay
it's a good step but see the bia no you misplace normal show stadium no say stadium na enye covered so no but every time your choice of material crown e dey sitting no
yeah
so so plastic na e dey sitting we say no any kind of weather na you are saying. So this plastic are at the mercy of rains, sunshine, water, bibia.
Yeah.
The most are weak. Anything omuso mana etu no mututu e no. And our students crab e intercocra na ebubu no. So no.
Yeah.
Your stadium no I don't know who solution a bit my no. Very good you from the minister if indeed so those can na na se be ye adwuma say ye ni be sra ba ho na no ma be be tie tutu look at changing rooms way this was supposed to be say ke enche but ye material dey na saying
adintra
so we dey me no we put them so matwa only the lockers na ho no
yeah
there are areas so ha Joe sewage na nam form and nam ho enwunu from the WC no ono na sewage ne nam e floor no
shoddy work ben no and so heal some and ebubo din say the renovation
so me am ye ejuma o stadium no hwe wo dia o na ko ba bi na hwe ba bi dia na o be bisa ho questions so no into the whole aspect of the stadium no question mark on be Kumasi Stadium, I think it's a one area baby unya one same VIP launch. You can inside though.
Yeah.
And the company meet modern day standard, but at least sort of code okay. But beyond that, even the architecture of the VIP sitting area, I ask them. The sitting now, yes, she show to say the making changing rooms, pitch near Bobo was no. I ask them kakraka.
Bibia.
Everything.
Scoreboard crowd. And to say, we named the last time a year more. A year magic kutum crowd, Yebesha. To say, Bibia.
So I'm happy, Minister Nafa, with this name is now, young me and Cohon. Now, yen comprehensive idea. There is yen technical, knowledge. Oh no. They said I'm a contractor. Na contractor say bibi dan wusi anaso ye we no stadium no purpose ade on you need to make a sort masia ebia it could be a good contractor wusi dan but stadium no the technical requirement is different from say ora jola ka be fast kusini dan man you they make a sort masia nti ye dey ama contractor no so munya some knowledge when we say stadium no what are the technical requirements ye dey stadium. You see, a locker room to non swako, that besio, you see, into no why you know the babisio. And what, as I beg enough, I caught nearby. How many times the anti renovation at Kumasi Stadium? How many times the anti renovation at your stadium? But a choir near some baby, a choir near some baby. If you're it, Miss Anna, DBA renovation. Can meet my trust as usual. I think that.
But NSC boss, that's why inspections, I said the Kofi Adams. So that's why.
Yeah, but he's not the spending officer. And to know
how problems are.
About the report in the back. Now be a minister who wants to verify for himself. Some who appreciate it. Most times, so a minister now a armchair minister. Joe, ubenya problems be because okay, we are quite haba and or the aba no use caso mufanko. No, it's saying it's also can appreciate no man one. Now we are so the realities on the ground. To who approve Biana, who send Bibia something later for us justify. I'll be to do one it might justify. Most of the time, some could share public account committee one mission in ano. Confirm the spending scandal, but it do only a few minutes to come and answer. And I said it. It's good steps. So you come no be heard when you have no man. And the next be two anymore. Then you know what you are signing or what you are not signing. So no. Kotoko any Kotoko oni excuse. So on born about Kumasi Stadium. Because majority of the supporting in our Kumasi. But we sound say beyond the prelims, no. Better than Kotoko. You fancy your bumpire is Kotoko qualify was a Confederation Cup or Mukubaka could do group stage. And the Confederation, no, are a bit easier. It is our transnational planet. Joe, I'm telling you, it's our transnational planet with proper way. Said this is how I'm executing the Confederations Cup. Oh no, backed by Sika Wihiane, knowledge, Wihiane, football, Joe, for easy for you to make it to the group stage. Okay. Need something different. But it's easy for you to make it to the group stage. Because first net is an over 1, over 2. If we are Champions League for now, more qualifiers now, you know. Or mama drop from last we know. Just so I do my club 2 elders so. No matter about. Do you see that those teams from the Champions League, you know, are eliminating those teams now? Originally, Oma qualify for Confederation Cup. Do you see that at the Confederation Cup group stage, you know, 60-70% of them teams are ordinarily they should be playing the Champions League. But no idea. On no the route to cut this season, so they are repeating the same thing. To understand route not they call and one or they call. It's all planning the year. And gracious from CAF they say in the initial stages, no, they try as much as possible to do, regional pairings, draw no. We yet say region, so you don't have to travel far.
Okay.
For prelims, no.
Okay.
But you want to mention. So, for instance, as Kotoko, for instance, you see that they will be drawn against teams in the West African zone.
Okay.
Maybe in Guinea. Maybe you draw to Nigeria. You draw to maybe your friend is saying Liberia. Say alone. Say. How about this? And it's all planning here. Anytime I won't share a boom for now group stage. In Tomisha crying to say you are at the group stage, you are guaranteed minimum 6 matches. You can minimum 6 matches. Just so you don't cry now. We knew whole matches in our 9 points. Joe 9 points, no, a 55% chance of qualify to the next stage of the competition.
But what can we say? Prelims, I bet me abo.
Yes.
Are you by extension saying say carve approve the cost in any or man then be carve approve?
Oh, this one they went my ball.
With my ball.
I'm sure. I've been fan. It last time now I was wondering say CAF hasn't written to anybody.
Okay.
I pick a telephone to call. I'm sure let them know.
CAF clearance.
Yes.
About my ball prelims.
Yeah, but I'm saying say now there was in the news that CAF are rejecting I think Kumasi Stadium or something. But CAF hasn't done that because engagement in Kwan started here. CAF, what they did was to bring out the roadmap for the engagement. The fair, clubs, Kotokone, if I'm saying, Gold Stars, I will confirm it to GFA. GFA would submit their names to FNSN, CAF. So in registration, now Ben Nemu baby, Abobo matches. But you want to make sure, and so now whether they would agree to it or not agree to it.
To hear their course, yeah. On my inspection, no, but
this one they can for the prelims they can agree to it.
Prelims,
yes.
Okay,
they can agree to this one.
Okay,
but group stage in the group stage in the requirement in I will have my phone is meeting that. One about say, baby, I say take care why times x multi take yes ma the Kumasi Stadium. So for the prelims, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, CAF inspection crowds and the prelims not.
No, but this one so only still there a work CAF will so that I need there. Or be on your inspection, but the end you so that no, they can send somebody to come and see. And for prelims, no, first of all, what club now no maybe brave a with some more. No maybe the media right one or control idea.
Yeah,
and it's not going to there to moments to win so. But when you do group stage now, and then the proper finishing Champions League or Conference Cup, Nagasana would do no, and all those requirements need to come to play.
I see.
No, Gold Stars in their choice of Accra, no. Just more than say the Kumasi Stadium in listen to I engage them. Omufi say the cost around it. Say komo bo baby any to say Kumasi Stadium no bo baby any there only problem.
Okay.
But now I'm about Kumasi Stadium, so they themselves have to chauffeur themselves or carry themselves or transport themselves from Bebiani to Kumasi.
Yeah.
And also make provision for supporters to Kumasi. Yeah. Meanwhile, you would have to transport the away team from Accra by flight to Kumasi.
Yeah.
And the officials, minimum 5 or 6, also from Accra to Kumasi and all other people involved. Can you see another cost?
Host team, no?
Yeah, home say, what's the because the distance between Accra and Kumasi is more than 200 kilometers. You need to fly them if they insist. This is why when your team be ubetimi no more I negotiation now for now who use who azabi
by bus.
Yes, but I did it. I started to go team no mobile the bus near the bar oboase straight. They didn't have to fly. And so you who that is only mean how you convince them as a what in I don't know how to put it. How smart you are.
Replace me,
smart.
Replace it.
My music smart. I saw you smart in negotiating.
Okay.
Oh no. Meanwhile, when he went to Equatorial Guinea, it became an issue. Insistence, Africa, so we compare some charter flight to my. Are you getting what I say? Yeah. So they charter flight for us. Whilst in our case, they came by bus. We didn't have to spend a damn on them.
Wow.
So no. All those expenditure now, Accra, and okay, why don't we transport ourselves to Accra and then rather support our supporters to come to Accra? And no cost near less.
Sure.
Than some Babu Kumasi. So a cop beyond just there. Just Kumasi Stadium and approved in a normal.
And copy the international match beer. The inspection because we who say into your stadium and me meet CAF standards.
Your problem now
no match beer just your
problem now only your problem.
Renovation say the next game. The same thing I mean say.
Mami fanya ntomo bia. Say the otifie.
Yeah.
Na Joe, e dey bi obi be crash oba ofie bia, just obe clean, o start so clean ofie. Let's oti on clean ofie.
Oh, oba okruma afi na oba proper.
Ade bia oba ka so oba bia afi na oba you. San ye tigana ye sese. De bia bobo match international match bia. Afi na ye run we ni keke tibum. Ye dey ani be. But you say no so obi ka so kobo match even to say Nigeria crowd no omo one. The Uyo Stadium no. Come international match. I don't know be heading their heads say coin. Only say stadium there it's on the list.
Yeah.
Oh no. Say because of match Morocco, office on bed say why. So on play no yesa. Because of match South Africa, on play no yesa. Because everybody and one so be you sweet baby apesa about you know one name baby apesa about you know.
Kufi de ba dia.
What's that?
Maintenance culture. So ya man yourself na
maintenance culture.
Why ni emblem no?
Maintenance culture, Ghanaians,
your politicians, nana.
Ghanaians as people. Let's say, baby, politicians. These are because from civil servant,
Most of them say political appointments.
But they are not politicians. So they will be about point too. But they are these are civil servants. But the problem is your maintenance culture. You need that idea, no. And now
the supervision
and a cut short.
It goes down to the politician again.
Yes.
Ofomo manage Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Every single dime ebebano. Ese koto account managed by Accra.
Yeah.
Nemum hia sika ede ay ABC dia na yedin. Maintenance na emfan say the managers of Baba Yara no obeyen or discan ebeye. Sika no so bi betua no ye emfan say abo match ho ombenya X amount. That X amount goes into an account which omu entuminya access to. Until at the end of the day, Bob Ukranu hiana say emfan say esuru ho ma kwan ya ontuminye.
And me know ya, you know. I know about my critics na been struck. Okay? There's been instances match Babaso Kumasi Stadium and also another stadium. Joe, no matter say winning. So people raise money sometimes from different resources. It will be a GF Yiska. It will be some pushy minister no Yiska no banner pitch no yakofan far back giddy. Near team raise pitch not to settle a bob way I know my jai. Now I save you. Now a minister they be an about Yiska will be to answer. It is the
one is a supervisor.
And I make sure I need to say in a bobo to say the minister will say bobo. Now we are the big budget squeezing away his release car. Now by working on the pitch and I do certain level. Joe, I do certain level in a bit with bobo no. Ye bowe ya no. Fine. Nothing. Na pitch no ngura self no we
still someone's responsibility.
I went yes
to ensure you do the right thing.
Yeah, this is appointing for not because this is civil servant. I went to South Africa to do a game. Me kwana me game, me na ma me game. So first day I arrived here no, they took me to my hotel. Me so I want to go and inspect the stadium. To me kwa me omoni wura then okay. Do some rap pitch no so I be now the me gidi. Some penny my family na fancy pitch na no. Don't be gidi until say official neighbor say oh me a calf we want on allow me ma me. Na Joe, first day me we na me call pitch ni so no. Second day no they called the stadium manager to come. We ain't no buy. We hand him a certificate of the state of the stadium. So my home certificate. So time up the other stadium, the other new certificate. Mama receive your sign. In 2 years, so handing over the stadium as you came to meet it. At the mano, the pitch now on a micro now you allow. You better can't for two. Would the tear park and so you know according to you off. But man, Ghana will spend money 100,000, 200,000. To lift this pitch make a no. The bill 100,000 something. But you know, hey, because we nam ha, no way go ha no one musu atu egu no way ko fa no way pitch na e bobo was no. Because we don't care yen chai shit. Because baby a pitch na tise kusua. Oturo musu hwe no no tise kusua. Because say attention ekoso. But yen ne sa. Yes, it is true. So be inspected. But it's something you have to be now about what discuss or person who maintain the pitch. No, you just can maintain your bomb match in no maintenance now. If new view at Yakoda, we don't do anything.
That person will be paid.
But some of you do next match and now baby you. So much I say, but how? Now bet me continue to do that.
Ain't been fine so more as a maintain a friend's pitch and so more is almost just so man. Some penny for being as almost so my edge man.
Let me just say no so more paying for.
A Barbie minister cross.
Oh, how?
Yes.
I mean, minister no me patient.
So no,
if you understand this thing, if you understand this,
be the shedding so Babera. Seven more.
Nesadia, second there will not be need for all those appointments.
You know, I said shedding so stadium or ensure say. Obia bibi show sir, the picture, the dressing room, the one you bibia no obey wajuma. A shenipa na Babera shedding zaro. Nti ese wo ye wadwuma wo ensure se nipa na ye adwuma minister so ese wo ensure se nipa na share nsa wo baba yara no wa ye no nso adwuma ma the pitch ni share nsa na ye adwuma but won't mean kasa wo ye penwa relax because me da show bi sir.
You think that the minister they don't question this? You think that the minister don't question this? I've had the privilege of sitting in a meeting. Minister
don't question and they no ba hayo
one year oba question one
what say so mo question there I didn't don't call around say yo if constantly the ministers no question omo de adwuma na show mo so mo nyana I know mo ba na ashoko mo say how you see
now do you know what they tell them do you know what they tell them
and they say the call you no adi akira bay
Sabini
did you no catch minister
I don't know report or the call
but so say akira bay
you know say akira bay enti de anya no obe release funds na maye we are how so be ube supervise so be say at the end be all maintaining no. That's where the issue is you.
General, you see,
Kofiru tu kwan pa. Wait ma ko pitch ba ko so be mprenu ana mprensa afe ba ko meboa. Yes. Baba ko da bia na de kro na.
The Janet maintaining. Na me sense the person that who dey bia.
Say Ghana is different.
Different ni yes man.
Cote d'Ivoire na say yes. Afcon ye ko hoti na say ya. Okoye the pictures of the
also san ko obi omkra no e feche say time na dey boka
yes, the Felix Ofobwan Stadium no. Na eno ye which group was it? I think group C. If I'm not wrong. Na Ghana group
B.
Ghana group B.
Yeah, group B. Ye ni Egypt ne Mozambique no money we mo keep.
But check well. But normally group C no mbo semi final. But I know say one of my bosses na GC ho. Sa stadium no I'm spending time in training ball boys no and giant flag no yeah other stadium you know remember training women now so when they had all those training before a tournament started so it's a stadium I knew very well I'm an impatient no now we are almost about the Confederation Cup and Champions League I think it was Champions League ali ne we mbobo me who pitch no jo ni maniaji at that level it's a pitch yeah but we were so somewhere in Africa obekona unu run a friend Twitter no unu run a friend Twitter no
yeah
unu san run a friend Twitter unu san run jo ye dua grass bi wo ya ha Ghana ha aso etu so beko ba bi na Twitter e wo sa grass ni fifi wo grass ni mu ba ni part wo aboso mo gina ketu
o da kira hu say green
ba ba ko so ko we ngura ni no ma wo mo
sika e be di ene ya dwene ho
General
Ghana
no crane say the cream corruption is very attractive because in Crawford day in day out. Because you catch us a stadium where a stadium you diama contract atum a diama contract atum a several times. That's saying it here. You ask yourself, says canom kainano, ye day if I any Nikuri saying you ask all these questions. The baby crowd be quite be fin. After few days, ubekono na ejija adentia inferior products and we don't ensure value for money. You see, minister inspection are all koni adinina airfield, but who are the technical guys following them? Or on the technical director can but me bottom say stadium na chi make be say a contractor may be a good contractor all right. But the stadium is a specialized place. Make us a ukita calf. Omun lists. I describe the various aspects of the stadium, the design, and requirements, the standards. And nona would we inspection nanka specialist. Minim say ikrom hanome or some number of specialists, including Kofi Champon, Emmanuel Newton, da many others. Which specialist, when it comes to stadium and the standards, are part of this inspection? Baby minister, so I say this, so Mukataso, now Mukataso, I said, the stadium, no players, neighbor, fans, in access to them. I have the same way say, Minister Dabraka. The inspection is good. The desire to help is good, but let's do the right things. Otherwise, the best I be transfer because I'm same way. You be trust secretary there, calf beba, and the dressing room no, it be a baby a chum, nenye round. First, Mr. Bench is in fin okay. These standards have changed. So, in our desire to correct the wrongs, we have to approach it properly and professionally. Who are the stadium experts? I can't the inspection team no. And then document the kitomu. I say. Indeed, stadium no see inspecting dressing room na ye nimsa ne ka fo hwehwe no etie nie yenso ye de no say na tie ana
no those things there do level why so odon sabe ko ho akoy adwuma na
me chitum kofi but if the minister if the minister is interested in suggesting yenya hase yenkata haso yenye say dia you are entering into that zone when indeed you are not the expert. So honorable, may admire Honorable Kofi Idia Adams so far with how he's approaching the sector. He's on the grounds, and it's good. It's very good, but it must be done properly. And the right guy should be involved. Otherwise, we are getting back to a. Obviously, say a penny short term, to say somewhere August or so, where Kotokoni Go Stars whereby ye name the SSA any a penny long timer, ye name the ebeye. We even have to include these clubs in this discussion. Okay, prelims in the move to Mabo. So ye join to the extent say after the prelims, proper maintenance in the stadium will start in Tikotokofwe. Babayara no prelims in them, but we say Yamaya Madonna mo qualify, Munyam accounts and mo budget for the BBR ready say they are kind of the mobile born Wakra. Because right after that, they ma contract. Now your closest stadium down. Then we know where we are getting to. Very soon league will also start. And it's a whole lot of thing. General, we need proper commitment, proper inspection, and proper implementation.
Even though the sports program is not about politics, it's not very shocking how leaders of the sports authority and the regional ministry and the KMA in the past government allowed the sports stadiums to deteriorate to that level. What did the leaders in the recently past government do with regards to the Babayara Stadium in Kumasi, and if any renovation was done? What is the quality of the materials that was used? I'm seriously disappointed with the leaders that have the responsibilities over the stadium in the past governments, particularly after the 2008 Cup of Nations. I think sports journalists should be bold to call out politicians who failed in their responsibilities that relate to sports and sports development. Dr. Moses Agawina, senior lecturer at the Montfort University, Leicester, UK. Anyway,
see, doctor is spot on. I would say, a transport programs, we say, not politician be take a decision, and now acting in a way. I'm a writer. Oh, can I acquire politics? Now, through say politicians, we be attack. You say, oh, the sports know your politics. And to be say, you can't near Nasi a janisa. But seriously, some of these things, must be properly scrutinized, because Oto Stadium na de ma contract ne wa ye no abi na de atum na de ma contract ne ya beka sika kese de akire no obi ane namba baby ye ne ye no kra na in 1 week 3 months na asase
ye beautiful for na urama otumbusa won say dia pa no dia no msa no ha
bi on ma we ko na de
dia pa no msa no ha nduma tum for a very long time
HWC sa hodu abubu gu ase obebre na we kra na is it healthy?
I remember one time, I think...
Is it healthy?
Is it 2 years ago?
Several of them. You just have to take records, and then when we need to go for recycling or something.
2 years ago, I mean, let me say 2 years, not 3 years, I've forgotten. Now, my friend in Accra organized an international match, so okay, Dortmund. Okay, it's a Dortmund legends.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So, Anthony Bafu told them, say, like they have to get me to come and organize the match for them. What I say? I'm coordinating on my mom. One of the requirements here team Bobo is I had to get the people in to paint. But what in to paint to come and paint the dressing room. And now quite crash maybe after later no me to paint for one match because you I have a fit.
Wow.
But they were playing matches.
Yeah, they are bro for neighbor.
They were playing matches.
They
got to paint dressing room. They got to carpet. This is a baby. I'm telling you. Go penko for make the toilet. No, when you say, just to get it to a certain level. Bit my boss Dortmund Dortmund legends. Match been our crash stadium. What I say. But there were people there almost supervise every day. They in the Omukoma Badebia. But me, you call one pen. To get the stadium ready, say you must have match or no. They could die to be painting, changing rooms, paint you. Do send a crate now. Now, farmer for bar. Sorry, Ben, no be fee Ghana, at the Akose, the national stadium, and no Modeko, and Dortmund a football club. And one country, not as a country. So people from different countries, no more about Dortmund in the past. So they were coming from different part of the world. What kind of, they call Ghana? So we needed to paint the stadium one. Peppermint, myself and the referee so many match no 1 cedi. I see. Yeah, because all the money I had to go into uplifting the changing room just for the the match.
The unusual lesson behind freezer and can nearly calf your qualifiers need free.
Calf
I call outside gun.
Calf has classified stadium for any competition into 4.
Yeah.
In that ascending order. Category 1, Category 2, Category 3, Category 4. But what I say? Category 1 for women's youth FIFA competitions like qualifiers. For qualifiers. And now Women's Champions League qualifiers. So they say the is it police ladies? I mean we no some about qualifiers no. Wafu and Sanamako the main Champions League. Category 2, Women's Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers. It's we are class stadium 1-1. Now we match under 17, under 20, under 23 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers. Under 17, under 20, under 23 Africa Cup of Nations final tournament. Category 2 bit me hosti final tournament. And then Men's Champions League, the preliminary rounds, Men's Confederation Cup preliminary round. This is where Kotoko and Go Stars are falling into.
Yeah.
So requirement for category 2 no check it whether the Kumasi Stadium meet until I say it may Mombetimi abo. Then category 3 echo with the Men's Champions League group stage the quarterfinals. Men's Confederation Cup group stage and quarterfinals. Men's Africa Cup of Nations, FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Men's Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers. Men's Africa Cup of Nations, Women's Africa Cup of Nations final tournament and Women's Champions League final. Then category 4 is what can host anything and everything in Africa. As in the AFCON finals. Champions League final, Confederation Cup final, World Cup qualifiers, and a category 4. But each of them, tall list of checklists for you to meet. So, beyond any idea, SO meet and sana at the medu stage. Into stadium now I go through. I don't know so whether before cry you even go in. Before you go in. Inti stadium me fi say ya sebi you tie fia de bia de channel pa him say see pra see keep we no when you are handed BPT say national stadium you say en sakom say de bia en down stadium hu fe anyone one yina no every time they are working on it especially the pitch omu diagro omu natural pitches na do certain no omu fe ni agro omu ndi hu agro
well we Mr. Mike Bonsu, a member of the club licensing committee, Ghana Football Association. Hello, Sergio, for your information. The original deadline for Ghanaian champion clubs to submit the applications and requirements for CAF interclub participation to the Ghana Club Licensing Board was June 30th, 2025. However, CAF has extended the deadline to July 31st, 2025. This extension should give our clubs more time to meet the necessary requirements under the CAF club licensing system.
So like I told you, CAF hasn't rejected BB because we know the engagement period, and the engagement period and then now the winner and you're qualified. They will tell you you're qualified. So what I say between now and time until say engagement period, no can I bet you baby above one. You know, listed the amount. I was surprised when I saw that publication in the media.
Okay, to whatever I say. Omoye na no so nche a stadium no ebetima mana deteriorate to a very bad state because prelims no they are CAF checking bebre anamwa
no prelims require requirement to one thing na me I say something na say
because
prelims require requirement
as the CAF ni problem
prelims no category 2 what I say stadium classification and the CAF.
I say prelims in the Nadia CAF.
No.
Okay.
Tell me, me say CAF stadium no classified into 4. 1 actually normal bit competition bit number 2 and as our Champions League we know Then you now want requirement. Tall list of requirements.
It's possible so stadium a bit me reject CAF it me reject.
Of course. But I'm saying, say, possible they can play the prelims or no.
But a bit on bit marriage exists.
Yes. Yeah. But I'm saying, CAF hasn't communicated that now. It's up application.
Because tell me, who baby, who here be one yet? So the minister, he can pitching yet. Dressing room yet. baby a bench kra I hono kra no enye so they say a scoreboard there bobo baby a obobo so bia nye washroom bia nye into the day na mama ka fa ajatum so
you can take our time to go through list requirement for category 2 no
yes
now I go through
into young bit mreo maybe ma hwe
oh sir
yes senya ade tall list bia there bit ma hwe category 2 no any prelims yom boya na
yes
no yes
also general so do any to the entire will be GD say baba yara qualify for the prelims when a Brekum Chelsea a ball Africa a Golden City Park e bin pa na Ndru baba yara eduana minim sa
I just said the comment na
yes but you agree with me say prelims in the you understand that no inisuru kra
no ombaji be atum no that is my question
anya bibia o bajo but I want to bring you to understand
we always saying say one they have
okay so I'll tell you something when Dreams played the qualifiers no for competition cup no na class stadium any cup list no so no marriage any so but they played there what am I say it do some group stage they had to move to Kumasi because Kumasi was on the list are you getting what I'm trying to say but what the person mentioned so what tell yourself from this we see when Dreams played the qualifiers for Kodris Cup no na across stadium any cup list no marriage but they played team official Leone Mohamed Kalon team no and back from Guinea we played there but it do group stage you know because now move from one category to a higher category.
Okay.
What I say?
What requirement need you? I will listen to category 2 on pay. Me interested ba. Because me interested. Say mre uma. Nka bobo na me say come is supposed to meet me meet is standard na. Na me ndo make us what you say. Enye ready there any problem. Na ka
no bobo say chira okra na. Untimi just suppose.
This one the back you see mama can say me chira. I did buy two things. Two things. First one the stadium regulation. The normal essay recommended. Number 2 no so your checklist no. If you as maybe inspector me bar okay say the playing surface no must be smooth. Oh Joe ukọhwa e bia dey smooth man no enye smooth man me depending on angle na me dey be any normal say me inspector dey no me ka say ko bia to ko no obi okra grass na esi no say natural we kususu e bia artificial on requirement we on requirement so you bet my you know a checklist was and I say oh no but in reality into when we now boils down to e bia nipa kra be kan say omna mewe
who watches the watchman? Those in charge of our stadiums who make sure they are doing the right thing. And I hope the sports minister is listening to the show in Accra. And it should start putting pressure on them to do the right thing. Pato Land Service Ashtown. They also the Abreye no. Okay. Yan twaswe mpase me kona me kofa Daoud Heba and crowd talk akrebi eba. Nafi ye babe twaso. Ye masisia. Daoud Heba. All right, I'm say Jama and ready to tomorrow. Now minim doc
general
or asemfu bi ho ananka yenko the next
of course one, let me share Bibiani Gold Stars signing Samson Eduku. Na me ka has a Gold Stars so share
now episode one on tomorrow.
They can make asia adia ba ko pena me wo. With regards to how we value facility managers e Ukruma.
How we value facility managers. Okay. Such
I say, yem facilities here.
Yeah.
Minimisa anye bia eneke university mu ye masters in facilities management.
Okay.
And sejo ko hepa ju ade bia you see how it is being managed. Nti your other stadia and all other facilities here wa ye wa manfo ya training. So how do we value them? Do we give them the chance to operate? Yetimi yemama mo adwuma no mo ya na ana adwuma na nkasa yemama mo mutimi ya na mo ntimi ye. Because asem we America na ketimi eni ya ka babia kofi kan ke nuo.
To what you say? What you say yemama mo kan mo nyomo adwuma.
That's how I see it.
Your mom will come on your
That's how I see it.
And I see come on the bay no and ma.
Bagana de Pesako, we may come and judge me, come and judge me. One hour, we are the poor people stop you. Because also stadium, no, for instance, a toilet, I say now, we are proactive. Why from Uncle Fono makes you so much clean home, and nobody will stop you. But
well, Grana Sika, a bit your money now can cry. Yeah, this is a crash, a dog,
consolidated fund.
Bia Mujizabia and crying. Nti they did manage maintain pitch no ne other places no sika crown be krabia no yes yes
but my catch was that money I release made maintain pitch we pay aboma omunya bomb match we so ya no mu say pitch no ehia constant maintenance.
All right, yanko the next issue azana area 27 so aba.
Yeah, now make the signing of a Samson Ediku by Gold Stars from Asante Kotoko. You know, Kotoko signed him in January, and 6 months forward, they felt they were meeting expectation to Omojano Kwai. Gold Stars think Omoko Africa, Kobo Champions League, into Ombehia Samson Ediku in Gold Stars, and they've signed him. Now, no make Gold Stars signings, you know, most of them are quite young, from relatively smaller clubs, Vision FC, Baseke, Park Academy, small clubs. And I'm saying it's a stage in Amokono, a big stage. Into one way, no uncle players or more stadium, Kessie and it's an emano, and where they be affected. You also need an experienced person. Classical example is what Entry gave a Dreams FC in their last African campaign. Some said Dukumenkaya. Ghana League, you were for over 10 years because way back 2014, he was playing for Karela. Yeah. Until from Karela and then all the clubs, Abu Boy and Sana, Utukwai Kakrawama, then Tukumasi, Asante Kotoko. So I think it's a good signing. We prove over the years we're a good player. And there's still about Kotoko went to Yamo. It could be adaptations, it could be whatever. And some 7 matches. Some players here time kakra to make it. It do be so the team players be also need the heart for big clubs. Into obe born fine, our Karela, obe born fine wa, but obe do Kotoko into me. So for Gold Stars, looking at them players now, I think that is a good addition. Okay. And maybe he'll bring some new dimension into the African campaign, General.
Biberi Gold Stars have signed a better striker, Eduku, and Kumasi Asante Kotoko will surely regret for sacking Eduku. Kusi di odia be money ni Adriana. So one perform at Club A, now ko perform at Club B. Club A, and they say blame you for sacking the player now ko born home or Club B.
You know, it depends on the circumstances. First of all, some Chelsea fans be more complaining say Omuja Mo Salah Kwai, and I say Kevin De Bruyne.
Yes.
Yes. Na many because under the circumstances, classical example is also Man United, Aja, Gerard Piqué,
Oba kuma sa Amankona ne Kotoko ko ya
nema oyo Barcelona Kotono.
Man United, Piqué felt Onya playing time. No, Onya be more.
He was young.
Because it was Ferdinand and Vidic. It didn't look like he was going to get a chance.
And to me, and then they justified.
Yes, but they even John Evans was even ahead of Piqué. So he left.
You were similar examples.
It's only a different situation.
It's only
a different situation.
Did you hear my initial comment? Me say it depends on the circumstance. There was circumstances where you can't blame the club, and I mean more circumstances where you can't blame the club. Or even the player. So allow me to bring it down.
Yonko.
Judging run So Ufa Mo Saladena. At that time, no players no famano. Same as Kevin De Bruyne and all that. Until do we now blame me? I don't know. Say Mourinho is a one minute jam kwayo. Then go for blame. Uba Eduku Dia. Onosusono. He came only in January, middle of the season. You know, so you're familiar with the transfer window now. Even big players, it's true. Some be moving in January. Because January now, you have the chance to have pre-season with your team. You have time say only team, nobody team, not say omu coach, and I even coach in any other day. So many big players usually want to move during the summer transfer window where we need team to go pre-season. So nyana pressure free. So for Eduku coming in January, whilst the season was ongoing, yes, he didn't live up to expectation. But I think that Nankese said Omoma had the chance to play this season. I was okay. Because waboli gini biya chrese wenimbo. And oba just feel on to me more. But you needed to give him the chance. But hey, 6 months is one call. Now kotoko saso mope strikers. It do baby a problem in this particular instance. So kono ko guilta. One here people will be right in saying say omanya butrama no enum jana kwa imane koye.
Hato folk na santi kotoko first half no NDN no say call sa minya ye. Na first two no na ni nyina ye Justice Blay. Yan kan kire mo so wo Justice Blay absence no hu de kotoko midfield ho ye. Wo de hato folk ye me se na masubu. Afi call bia na memfa. Call bia na me say hwa no de kwakofa including me nua friend say 11C adwumawura. Enti we no be one example say friend say Blay free kotoko say the number see there's no way obesan attract team no still our own negotiate say ometumeja no kwa manako okonoko perform wonders ewo other club say no what can wasem say
you see Blaze
so for kind can say no way
Blaze no dey difference room
who say
Blaze no dey no
where difference room
okay edukudia for non-performance
because ebeba ente binim so obeko perform oga be topic say
number 2
yes
either say okono ko perform the pressure be break otoko for ana omo replace omo no entumi amma
okay
ombesa be replace blame kotoko for no but kotoko for paying for no say they have enough of Blay. It's not issue of competence. Enti so okono ko okoye competent to baby a kotoko for paying for no say enye se onimbo what I say, their problem is that it's not about performance, but at the end of all, you know how almost so many na ka fedi other players in the they can't have
control. But I thought Mickey said something different today.
Or say, still, Mickey Crane one can news because the kind of their Wakanda that was abe repeating. Second of all, paying for say no matter what, still Blay. Omutia 3 months. No more Jano Quine. Blaze so beji.
No, but the reason was Umudi Jano Quine.
And your performance.
Sano
can. So mu say.
But there's no disciplinary problem on his file.
No.
Yes. And also
yes.
And also okay.
And what is the basis of determination?
Naso nkase bia conduct and answer hwan because man throw so an kan say usuma we wenya ya. Now,
so what is the basis?
Evidence
so what is the basis for determination?
Well.
Because it must be just cause. What's the basis for termination?
First of all, kotoko for paying for administratively.
That is
what I mean by that.
Maybe.
Listeners in everywhere.
Incompetent.
On side issue.
When you say somebody is incompetent, it means that the moment you say somebody is incompetent in his position, and you do so now so you no problem. Number say me be yani wa hemati ase ba person be me viewers and listeners. The entire maker say omanyi omadwuma yi administratively ni say yemfa ne say nipa no akobra ba camp. Woni na kasa. First one be a verbal warning wenti. Third time ebi awakoye wi emu bia no money ne ka no mama no warning ana ma fine omo wo fine say omo ye no a fine still on twaso. Normally ideally administratively it should be written documents on so and so they did ABCD
warning amode money
ya chere fu ewe oni ama query ne e chere ne ama wi etwaso ba mienu miensa now head say o man open transfer Ebia or justified based on those things. But as we speak, it looks like Kotoko Mpanyinfo ni dossier of those various indisciplinary acts now. Yet to tell one seven.
India, dear no mudina so dia saka.
But omunso ni shia, omunim se ye ni ushia na no. We see ye can say. Na no ye no kan ni nyina dance ye wo. What you say? But sa asem no kopiem or status committee dia. E ho na krata wan chotro no. Ubenya wasam kan be ye dia.
My prayer back because this week the executive council of the GF is going through a lot. Yeah. My prayer is that we're able to clear this hurdle. Na sa in standard player contract into effect. Okay. There are a lot of requirements, especially the stage here do say. This is a player ball mount. Season in a matches are born. More than 70%. Yeah. If I'm not wrong. 27 matches out of saying.
34.
Okay. So divide the 27 by 34, multiply by 100. The percentage of league matches are a Justice Blay, a boy. So no. So clearly, and your performance. What's you
79%?
So no, it's more than 70%. So he played close to 80% of league matches. In your performance. Yeah. So number 80% of your matches. Yeah. For no crowd to change. Number two, if what Mickey is saying is anything to believe, so there's no disciplinary record on his file. So why is BBI and Dan Aliniswa? Who terminating way? And this case is being triggered by the club. This termination is not from Justice Blay. Yeah. It is from the club. So terminating way. You must be ready to pay compensation. The Omo Kakran and my boy and ask me the more. You must be ready to pay compensation. Because wasani amount and our contract we in Tebi Grandpa he might have gotten offer better, but he didn't listen to those offers because when we saw binding contract or running contract with the club, you will not even listen to those we. This is a word rule out of Wolf's work of will be about Baba position to Uncle Dia. This is termination without just cause.
And depending on the kind of contract I want to just play.
Because new representative contract be no fan is ball amount.
Fine.
And ball and yes sir.
You name the omoni just play contract are waiting in Sasa.
And I make us say one thing
time about kubit ma sake back when time about kubit ma jaya manako.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure in Ghana. Yeah win.
I be omujina
sa. Oh bibia bia ni contract be sani nyina no labor laws of Ghana ejuma. So contract now because when I will fan it you might have drafted a contract to suit you. And I'm saying to no pam no kukuno do kwa whether sa contract no any international practice eye did an ebra and any labor laws no eye adwuma an ebra so what must say send it ebra and no will come into force.
So reasons no mu gina so dia sakere no say nanka eye retina okay
but what are the reasons
say your troya and bia because of say actual to her blah blah and can be a second no okay anything and termination of contract anything okay?
So
what of say not a verbal but omo a dance here and it say drew summary you a dance here it say ya you want any no ma bebre ya catch no so to free be anoma we ho na wan twon ho me busa o nsem you know ba ko ya tro ba ko nso no ye ntro ye verbal ba dance for
but say me no
no ye ntimi nyina so mfa ntemnity contract
say me no nyina no is answered e wo we no mu e wo the medical kind contract crow ma sign no ma ye wo contract no mu no man no contract no whether said say no man conform with the industry practice. Say football contract we a standard and I conform with the labor laws of Ghana. And I'm saying to but you then come again. So for sunny players, sometimes I say I hope and pray say the standard player contract will come into effect now. Because there are requirement. Say club on so code of conduct and our code of we are or play on the buy so need to go through. Not say aha wabe. Aha yenye say. Inti abasa no busu ajo easy for you to make reference. And now you know share and catch us aha yenye say wako say. Inti ada ayekun. Wasa ko ebiu ayeno. Ayesa. And I'm saying what breaches the very agreement to sign because our code of conduct a part of the agreement now was signed as contract because the contract is making reference to an existing code of conduct by the club. Our ordinary miyama wa bi kwa more copy mo waken kan. No wa unso obuso. Obuso nyina you are breaching the very contract now was signing. Tend do obetimi know what I can say contract and then termination will just cause because there are references what be make it to provisions in the contract. So wabu. And I'm saying na say be one no cancel contract. But if there are no reference for you to make reference to now we are, then it becomes so difficult. For you to then terminate the contract without reference say just cause because onono bichi ni part of we say no. This year mobile match is 34 meboa. No about 27.
This is a player who plays right back, central defense, holding midfield.
So
a captain of a team.
Yanka say even normal crime was man warning no. Are there history of suspension based on the corner muso onye na nase obuso no? Are there history of suspension? Ni nyina time boa na say person terminate contract na terminate contract. Ebi an say okay ebi called na no ne kan. Todo wano aka na ade kono waye no na wano aka no asan ebi. History was suspended no.
Yeah.
Oh no, if all those things come into play.
Any of frame me o mese me boni din. Ade kono no so ka. So atoto aso bebre na e contract no betime gina so e de asake no easily na me busa nse ndi omo troy e hefa adekwa no hefa na nto no beka sana na o se de we de asem kese fa bi
na asem kese say all dia on
famre e go dia chere e be shoko yes
on famra ni
o de no e be wewrem but de koso no de contract no wo musa aso betime gina so na me say e wo hefa.
First of all,
yes,
Kotoko as a football club all right to decide player be bobo mami, player be nembo mami.
Yeah.
But you must be ready to face the consequence. It is simple as that. What you must say? Kotoko as a football club all right. Hey, na yem pese we bobo amaye, we yem pese we bobo amaye into ko baby. But there's a price to be paid. You must be prepared to be paid price no. That is the argument too. Obi anka se Kotoko ni right so meka so honko. And there all right in so be so honko. Ko bi ade ko kan plans ho. But they didn't tell our plans on. They just quite was some dream. No, baby.
All right. General, give me the English word for one in if it's no incompetence. Nana Bafo, Tornado FC. The all kinds Andy Bear
So I got this message coming through from Emmanuel Dasubere.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. It's a CAF club licensing manager. Or Yujuma or CAF.
Okay. One of the Abros, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, you are right. That is the opening statement. With the normal you are right. People are confusing the ban of the Babaya Stadium to automatically have a Category 2 status after it was banned.
Okay.
But in our database, we have taken it off until we start a new cycle of getting the stadium approved for whichever category the GFA would apply for. The engagement letter for both clubs is yet to be sent because the GFA has up until 31st July to do so. This deadline also falls within the club licensing application process to be completed on the club licensing online platform, the club. Until then, we have not gotten to the stage of accepting or rejecting a stadium until it is communicated to us and a decision taken by the GFA. So, Kafun Chonko baby just rejected by stadium.
But
you must send this to confirm the discussion there. That's what I wanted to get you through.
Okay, but on side, Ima Yebusa is a Onyankai, Kafan and Onkai. The condition be a Baba won't be omitted my boat.
No condition.
And I mean, a month for Susan. God, the course, the baby, and who be no cost of a papa. It doesn't mean that no
General Sunyabatre.
Well, you base your judgment on. Yeah, who tell the Frank Kanye? Frank say, is that the minister can? Minister may not be a technocrat. Johnny don't know party affair. No, say, you could say. But they be an inspector Baswa. No, we will bet take. But my master, yes, not going to call it me, but you know, prelims no.
You see, now, me, yeka say, Blake contract. I wanted to read an aspect of a contract by APL to just expand that discussion. Where obligations of the employee, in this case the player, almost to maintain a healthy lifestyle and high standards of fitness, to comply with and act in accordance with APL FC instructions. To obey APL FC rules, including, where applicable, disciplinary regulations, code of conduct, and all that. So I'm just trying to say is contracts na nkasa players ne sign no under the obligations of the players ye woniema hodo e wase a enye only performance
To APR, Rwanda.
Yeah. To a Ghanaian player. But I know, say, most of these Ghanaian clubs also have similar clauses in the contract that the players are obligated to put up certain aspect of a. And it's not only performance and a merited termination, other aspects, but you have to go about it properly before you can do all those things. Maybe I agree with that cheaper and say, so what's the player non penal now when you so far you pay the compensation and the player leaves.
Okay. All right. So what never do me and okay, so one to me and never do me okay, and I'll follow and came. We are incompetent, period. And if he no one be follow why and a be follow and if he's zongo and so a page away a day a bray. All right. It's a debe nkwa. Moso among to me in cancer no money who. You know money who are mumma come be away. Kofi Champon.
Yes, sir.
Nipa na branch and Muslim no man why no okay. Obi also in the mother cry why. Moso a chinchina mose uncle and yes onimbo body onimbo pa but chinchina uncle.
Yo, I've told you, sir.
Moso among to me and can the crona why no.
In football,
and one say uncle.
In the industry, no.
It's Mrs. Anna.
There are two ways to terminate contract. One, triggered by the player himself, or two, triggered by the club. And Obi also trigger no so sound normal mute. Trigger contract with just cause or without just cause.
Yeah.
Just cause you said there's a reason, there's this established reason. If your contract number sign no or no need so. Players no and they FIFA standard. So also any player, maybe a 2 month after 2 months no. Obit must have notice 15 days. So when trying to bit me aka say no or cancel the contract. And any termination with just cause.
Okay.
But me ba bia obokotoko. Uvi say ne ebia me dem aba umba mos kakara kanti wo umobi o pese wo jako. Without just cause. Intini ne you know penalties what contract him no. We must be prepared to obey face penalties na contract him. So what am I trying to say? Inti say hwan yo the amount justification is so difficult no and they say about 34 matches. Player bo maku 27. The player on your discipline. So go service suspension. The coach will not select him. Any normal or the protocol will condoning indiscipline. What we say brothers and some also were signed to win some say quite the big park so. So what period in now or the yes
so mo say oboche obi.
What period when or the yes
training ground so or you training che obi.
It makes it very difficult when the players played close to 80% of league matches. Then who the reason Papa say a non-performance and discipline. How many times have you even suspended him or quit him? What I say what 7 no quit notice. And I making we saw 7 notice no. On say no more when you now to between that so. Them say say Kotoko is at liberty to terminate the contract with Jasibli. But Kotoko must prepare to pay the compensation. So what I say they are involved no. Tiano na Joe no kon baby. But if you want to terminate without so be to win na then the matter where and be on to discuss maybe place this committee.
If you do this stage we a club administrator over there una CEO our club yeah we player edru level bia we see the friends say why and nyadia obetimaka and so no sakia na also be sakino do this stage over there
where I'm agreeing with Frank and they say I think before they do stage you know Kotoko should have taken step on behind the scenes the time we imagine someone finance and community transit then the can nyina no more agree the can nyina no almost sign what the discharge winning asana babontin oh no this thing should have been done long ago transit Charlie ebi intimate to ade no say it is the woman one se can nyina one payment plan e be crop what sign check ni be the man no what sign discharge winning nyina man na be do stage na ababedu no.
We can never blame Eduku and Minta for non-performance. Rather, blame coaches and management of Kumasi Asante Kotoko because they didn't give them the chance to play. They are good players. Sergio, let's wait and see. Tommy, G-Tech, Accra, and so Apeja way at the Ababetum.
Eduku outside.
Okay.
Outside. And I'm with the tester.
Okay.
Yes.
Oma more chance, Mama.
Sign any player. na on 7 matches. O de emu san opa se koto mpani fo nti o mo sika de san ni player na ka 5 months on be pan player no. Sejo, o san ni player man be 7 matches be. At the end of it all, you sack the player. Say, uncle. Intie well see kata and the best everything. You won't do it.
General, Anefi and Co are perfect examples of incompetence for Omo Ashe Amabofu relegation from Premiership to Division 2 within 2 seasons. We every question Franny.
I know.
We come Chelsea team manager anyway about one if you were being incompetent. One incompetent more 2 seasons. Premiership to Division 2.
But the way record. And yet just Premiership. But for came to the Premier League, Obo FA Cup final. Obo FA Cup final. Omo Premier League, almost hearts. Normal scare.
Yes.
All of a sudden, Division 1.
Okay. Mikoba, Awa Mohammed, Udi BFM Kakra. Na Mamencha Haruna, I'm told, say, who monitor program no live, wherever you are. My encha dasepa mrejina no Haruna ya chiao ti program no debia me ko enkran me ba ma be cho Haruna kro no don't worry Sadiq yenko dingo kakramra e basisia. Okay. Awa. Yensha se kakra na fe. Yeba he ne behwe.
Yeah, so Jonah you on the under 20 championship no. O have Black Satellites. O enimonyama omodia Bregana na medican to just say o the 2001 edition and of course the 2009 no seju omono omodia 2 spotlight na because the 2001 edition they took us to the finals. Unfortunately, we lost against Argentina. And in 2009, we became the one and the only African country so far to have ever won the Under-20 World Cup. So, Sergio, 2001, Diano Mekai Yeko, that finals of the AFCON, Eko Luzu against Angola, and it was so called the Under-20 World Cup. Ni any Paraguay, ni Iran, and any France, and a group. Sergio, in the first game against Paraguay, we won by 2-1 against the Paraguayan team.
Okay.
And Sergio, say mobile rolling videos na manfo hu.
All right.
Michael Essien go no any Derek Boateng goes no mo share. Wabra na ye share Paraguay by 2-1 in that tournament and I course so Argentina in 2001. And of course after that yes, yeah, Paraguay.
Okay.
Yeah, Paraguay game no.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2001.
Okay.
Argentina.
Okay.
Yes, 2001 Argentina. That was under the late Emmanuel Kwesi Afrani. They called that under 20 tournament. You know. This game we won by 2-1. Now, and the first group game. So Sergio Michael Essien go na Michael Essien scored first. Those Paraguayans also had a goal, but we won by 2-1 because Derek Boateng scored the second goal for us when we won the game by 2-1. And after that game, Iran and so a ball in the second group game. MIA share Iran by a goal to nil. Sergio, and also Derek Boateng and share the only goal of that game. So after 2 games, Sergio, what it means is you have 6 points. So the last game against France, we drew goalless, but with 7 points, Sergio, that was good enough to send us through to the next stage of the competition. So round 16 of the tournament, we played against Ecuador and share more by a goal to nil. John Mensah and share that goal of the game. But Sergio, the toughest game I passing through that game against Brazil. That game ended in a 2-1 win for the Black Satellites. The Brazilians scored first, courtesy Adriano. And around 82nd minute, and Abdul Razak Ibrahim Rastamano, Eteka Manukoye 1-1. And John Mensah Eddie Golden goal. After that tournament, and 2002 World Cup and a golden goal FIFA jai that law no who say see a ball near do extra time say you say ebia fan say Ghana ni ebia Iran and Ghana ni USA ball say Ghana share say you what it means say upon yem pass kra and that was what happened when we played against Brazil. Adriano shot no and our modia too that goal no they can share no and say you the Brazilians took the lead Maicon and the year the pull out no Emma Adriano share that goal no. And after that, we had an equalizer from Abdulrazak Ibrahim. Around 82nd minute, and Oteka, Emma Nikoye 1-1. And said, you, corner kick, Sulemuntari corner kick now 2 and a Jomensa heady, Emma, you share the Brazilians by 2-1. Okay. So he said, you, Yane Brazil, Abdulrazak Ibrahim, go no, and a go. Okay. And of course, we equalized and we scored. And said, you, Mekai. Abdulrazak Ibrahim Gonu, John Pencil and the meander and the way through. I was able to dribble around 2 to 3 players and me making sure say pull out Nibekoye before saying that equalizer and no video no na on that shot now amount for so John Mensah and a share the final goal of that game header after a corner kick was taken by Sulemuntari and said we won the game and we met Egypt in the semi-final, defeated Egypt by 2-0. Abbas Inusa and then Al Atrawi and a share the own goal Emma Ghana. So after that semi-final, no, and a lose against Argentina by 3-0. So said you on that day, Fabio Coloto, the likes of Saviola and Maxi Rodriguez, former player of Liverpool, and a share those 3 goals of that tournament. You know. So said you the final against Argentina, we lost by 2. So said you where about Sinusa go no na Omuyi ewo honom ne the Egyptian team, yes, 2-0. It was semi-final. Abbas Inusa go no.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Abbas Inusa.
Abbas Inusa, yeah. Former Kotoko, former King Fraser.
Yes.
Ti Oshe no na second goal no, omo share own goal. And say yo, and that two goals no, Emma chance. Okay. Final of the tournament. And they lose against Argentina.
Wow.
Yes. And they lose against Argentina.
Right. Mejina waha. Yes. Na mekwaba na fi ya betraka kraso so ansana. Ele dia ka no amamanfo enso akire omadwen. Mr. Mike Bonsu aside the way ababio. Mr. Mike Bonsu say na dinga ka no ye a member of the Club Licensing Committee Ghana Football Association. As a GFA Club Licensing Committee, we've set a deadline of July 16th, 2025 for Asante Kotoko and Gold Stars to submit their applications. This allows us sufficient time to process the applications for submission to CAF before 31st July 2025 deadline, which we've taken into consideration. Oh, okay. Into young comra na yenchechiri kakra emfa enchire amanfo Mr. Mike Bonsu beda wasipa for enchechiri mu awde abreyen. I watched Eduku's first match with the signing of those players were wrong in the first place. They did a bad business. That's the management. I watched Eduku's first match with Kumasi Asante Kotoko at the Baba Yara Stadium. Kotoko was already leading by 4-1 when he was brought in. Under no pressure, with few supporters around, the guy still couldn't play. I didn't watch Minta, but for Eduku, I strongly believe he wasn't ready for Kumasi Asante Kotoko. I'm sure the management and the technical team relied on Eduku's previous performance in the league to sign him. Tactical Orlando and Ediwe and so Brian. Yeah, basisia na miko Sadiq and cry na yakudin komokakra eba betwa so mama. Modi say yebetumi awura nkran na Sadiq yene no edi enkomo kakra enso ewo ho. Mr. Jampon, the Mr. Mike Bonsu signed by no.
No.
Yeah.
So Mike Bonsu pa say club licensing board no.
Yeah.
And I GF no mo no person mo nya mo na 2 weeks to process no money to mama Kotoko ni Gold Stars up to 16th of July.
Yeah.
What's a CAF deadline is 31st. And sometimes we are required. Don't have to wait for the deadline. No. Ebi ana abakona bibi wona so correct here. To the quantum na bi wona so correct ma correct. To my clubs is 16th. So the buyer the FA would also process and send to CAF maybe ahead of time to allow room for
all
corrections.
Right. Minima de say atutumu anke nkonkran Sadiq ni nkomo kakra. Amsa nya technical hitches bi kakra nti aside to mu a yebekọ na yetie Sadiq awa Mohammed ma yento aso.
Yeah, so let me do finals of that game. I name Argentina boy now almost share by 3-0 no. And the Joe Bekaya Fabio Coloto scored the first goal, Saviola and Maxi Rodriguez. So that was how it ended. Sejo, it was a very great Argentine team amushe no. But Sejo, you see the squad pa.
Okay.
Maxolo Subanaheni goalkeeper, Jojo. Sejo, those were the two goalkeepers of the squad. Abbas Inusa, Adokwe Papo, who happens to be the captain of the side, John Pencil, from being a defender to a midfielder. Abdulrazak Ibrahim, Razak Pimpon, Derek Boatin, Frank Osei, Javo Pule was also part of the late Kwekudia Cash Bowler. Sejo, no, so a part of that squad. Yes, no, see a part of that squad. Cash Bowler, no, so a part of that squad. That was how we went through. But Sejo, some of the other countries who had squads somebody by, who a team like Argentina, say, not Saviola was part, Di Alessandro, Willy Caballero, goalkeeper Odama, Manchester City at a point, Obedama, Chelsea, was part of the Argentine squad by Brazil. Added Maicon, the right fullback for Inter Milan when they were winning the UEFA Champions League. Adriano, former legend of Inter Milan. Kaka was also part of that squad. And of course, Julio Batista. He was also a strong Brazilian squad. Omode Bay and who had the likes of Egypt, Mohamed Shauki and the likes. Peter Cech was also in the goal post for the country, Czech Republic. Holland, the Netherlands, Eddie Rafael van der Vaart, John Heitinga, who was then assistant coach with Anslot Ewo Liverpool, Nansenya Wakwako joining Ajax Amsterdam. Also Wakwako Gio Mwejuma as the head coach of the team. John Heitinga was also part of the squad. And Obekai Klasi and Huntler, formerly of Schalke 04, formerly of Real Madrid, and also a part of the dead squad by. In France, Eddie Philippe Mexes, former defender of AS Roma, Aliou Diarra, former midfielder of Olympique Lyon, and of course Djibril Cissé. After that tournament, Enobeji, top scorer in the French Liga, Esaba of the tournament. Yeluzu gallantly, losing against Argentina. We had a penalty, Krama Razak, Eseno, that day, against Argentina.
Okay, Awal Mohammed. Yemfe so NCA Ebesan Atwaso Ebium Champion Joe. On the Asante Kotoko Blay issue, my opinion still remains that Asante Kotoko still need Justice Blay badly. We're trying so hard to give a dog a bad name to hang it, but it's not sticking. We all have a lot of information that we can share on air. Let's be humble and show gratitude. I can't find any defensive midfielder better than Blay in Ghana at the moment. I didn't miss any GPL match last season. We saw all of them. Lavency, Ejumawura, and Ediwe, and so Abre. Lavin seed no enso eno no kwa Mickey.
Yes, General.
Ye ni dwa kakra na fe yenkofa calls.
Okay, ye be di dwa kakra. Eno nti ye fe ni che DSTV for so ye. DSTV for say ye fan to anim ene awie. Se wo decoder na ebra so se wo so reconnect no. Men to decoder ne so ko DSTV for office. Wa decoder ne tenafie na ye reconnection. Obetima reconnect you decoder no. Abra ho fa decoder no ko DSTV for office. Obe dial short code no ay *759# *759# and any short code no o dial sa short code ya obe reconnect you decoder no ama bibia dem krojin e de amount MTN everywhere you go be bia be ko bia no obetima isu MTN no na MTN say no your 15% additional volume data no koso den auto eye data bia ye be ma 15% e de account ho wo data no ye be ma 15% e de account data na wato no ho eni ti se ne so na to MTN data na use MTN data eno na e fast eno na we use am eboa *170# *170# ebe ma kwan emwetime ato data *567# *567# ebe ma kwan emwetime ato data *138# *138# ebe ma kwan emwetime ato data enna ukọ MTN app ne so a obetime ato data ewo so MTN everywhere you go. You should MTN data nibi because a fast. High sense decoder no a decode high sense nyemana yetono a nyema papa. We you be a pe blender ato, rice cooker and a pebiato, microwave and a pebiato, water dispenser, upe a air fryer and ato, upe kettle, upe iron ato, washing machine, gas cooker, television and a pebiato. High sense dear and a wasa okoto. High sense dear and a papa. Diente papa ne say yebema guarantee ewo 5 years. Now that's so AUC. And nunti and also compare high sense dear no ebito Kumasi yawo aye Kumasi City Mall. Kumasi yawo dum post office and a sanso ewo tafo. High sense nyama eye papa and nunti also kotobi na usutimi AUC. Jabira Bank PLC. Jabira Bank PLC. Inshishie Jabira Bank se me fan to wenim sabre. Se savings account, current accounts. Dachinti investment account, fixed deposit, money transfer, microfinance and a pesa we are. The here say obeshe Jabira Bank PLC wo me chira kwan. Jabira Bank PLC opportunity ni beba e de amount. Opportunity beba ni say ye be bo ma sikasem akoso ye e de amount. Ban Herbal Hospital. Dompeni kasem adwuma enye wo dompeni wo problem wom, wo kase no problem wom. Fakọ Ban Herbal Hospital. Ban Herbal Hospital baboa na dompenom yetimi akansieni e de amount. Ya akansieni a e kire se yen komo bi metwe ye be kyekyere na akansieni e de amount. General yemfa insi hanomo.
Okay. Intina enso no. Minima de sela entutom. Sadik enti tutom. All right. Na enti da dru no ese media ma manfo enso bam na omo ebekire omo adwen 0551444933 0551444933 which me afre na watre wadwen. Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm just near Mr. Pedro.
Okay, you pa.
Joe. Kotokope asoma moka. Munya moka se kotoko wanya de managers no umanya de na. So akola no some of the no according to no to so and what they move for home
can so wanya de no wantini
Zubanya was some kira akola no na o sesa. So,
and can't sell my
I think the company.
Okay. Young found CI. And so I make you a point, but I mean, yes, will be a castle man. You see, quite on fast of handle issue, no. And your problems ever home. Simple. Hello, good afternoon.
That is a good. Okay. Justice Breyer some the ama the papa basa. Let me say emi but of course we take a penny trust na ka dem etucha. But if you am penny so we say bia no be o ya ni bi o mo person mo su betu dwa na nkofo betene be ha player no. Ni na yi ti na mo mo su ti ni betu dwa. But the penny for no mo tan etucha. And I face edukunu so mo ba e se to for bia so ka e no mo di bo ni se no bo mu so mi and e ko to ko jo mo kwa sa face e kan ka fu so mo kwa face e dey ko mi o mo kwa me ha mi ni nya time mo ma ka be but penny for nya time mo mi mo ko be na so mo ko bo mu mo di aye but am for na be ka se mo nya de face o mo ko so ya san ka wa se bi e se be se jo di si ya e bi jumura.
All right, Uzodo there, Abba, 0551444933. Hello, good afternoon.
Boss.
Pato.
Boss, you have a body.
I'm not doing some kind of message you have.
I do that. I got a JG. The guy is the other being. Oh, I have to be some type in Nama. So I got it. Yes, you better. The job is there. I want to wear a study. No. Yeah, you give me a power and get a farmer on my investigation. I'm going to the matter out. Because, tell you, program somebody, because I'm a quiet. As the appointment maintenance, I just get you to the other can, Baba, I was studying. Well, let's acquire to go at you. Over you require that any better on them. And 1 year man, that the acquired is also study more. We do on them customer. About you now, come on, fly, I said you are not on them. And so, it's ministry, or my by a bomb about a buying. It's ministry, or man, I mean, you do. No one president, you almost. I said, you can't compare the match. I'm telling you, and said, you're coming back to Justice Day. Players, I am on the press. Then we are not Justice Day. And I know what to call. No what to call. I don't have a ball house and came in. The players, no. Players, no more. The more problem, the contract is being. Only problem with the natural somebody player that kind of contract once a month. That you say the next number of the call. That's it. I'm not saying the players here want players. No. I think it's Pakuma or Bopoleti Taylor. That's what said. Georgie will come for Palanca and the Dendia Band. I'm on committee. Way more.
So, I want for Blidio, Pato. All right. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, Femi Rockstar, Gasafi Coco.
Nkoko.
That's right.
Okay, it's you.
Justice Breyer, 7 I'm a person.
Pijaonika cry. Oh, call no cry, Andy. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, sir, boss. But talk as a free, if you say.
Sergio.
Yes, sir.
Sergio, Nyamisrao. Everybody, Kwani, and what they want. Because if you came down, because if you came down, be a software when she.
Okay.
When she, oh yeah, me fan pa, me buy school Kumasi na from boss ni adi na. Me bomba ese Kessben be kosro. Me no. Sergio, me can't be fire stadium no ho. And now I'm saying, it is high time I was eating the roof for your stadium. So, you can say, baby, turning to me, at the end of the day, no, young Rufus on the suitor, any area to me about home by. Yes, you bet me, it is said, you are free, it is said, you are who knows it out. Why?
I mean, yechia, is it achimda? Okay, yechia, omu enina. Wafa mwakwata, unguda, minimse person can be pa, baby, I didn't know any ye. Oh, wafa mwakwata, mampong, unguda. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. Fine afternoon. Sergio Apome.
Nyamiadum, yahu ye na unswe.
Nyaminadum. Mekase fita krade.
Okay, nice one.
From Nana Bokman.
Okay.
Me a regular listener for Kessben.
Okay.
Yes. Sergio many jilu who ye pa.
Sergio Dasi.
Se program no mentia. Moon ko be piarada.
Wow.
Yes. Now host obia so owo Kessben TV do. When I analysis now when it be piano so or fine papa. Takwadi for say one papa. Takwadi and for Kessben TV in Diagol.
Nice one. Wow.
Na afotu kakra mepɛ dɛ aya wɔde ma Justice Blay. Ɔyɛ ihe na ahɛn dze. Na takrade footballers no sabi obia discipline no ɔwɔ ha papa. One can say him there the best come from the west.
Sure.
Eti yesre mbesre se Joe there anytime bia ɔyɛ ɔmfa futuma players no. Ɔmfa futuma one. No one yet discipline because offended player no or a player be or Diana Comado papa.
Justice Blay.
Yeah, Justice Blay.
Sure.
Or you play be or Diana Comado. Now Santico to call one so Western supporters were papa Kotoko supporters.
I see.
Yet do team no into yes no on your discipline. Omombaden pa on your discipline ma wale kan pay for kan on say no fanye djuma no bobo na nkasa me pon cho Kessben awana na wo to players ifo na ama enyan so yet bi yes one omombaden no one kasanche players no ofide team no odan na akomado so ma yan so yet do players no wana asam papa yi Sergio ya minshira o papa Sergio I would edit time your pair of bomb. I would now team na Yamin come on Quatin Yamin tell mission.
Amen.
Madame Masipi.
Okay, yes, that's CP. Takraji Fwe, yay. Yes, you feel him pa. Befa last caller. Now ya pedi mu ma DJ KA so aba. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Joe, Joe. Basit, every plan about this family hotel, Joe.
Hey, that is a
Joe, we'll see Joe.
The review, gra.
Hey, Joe, next day.
Yeah, we have to make now, so.
Joe, Mr. Andy Kem. I saw a seriously, Joe.
Are they why they?
Sometimes you can't find a political party or a champ without a do.
Why they?
Sometimes, actually, because I don't have to phone out. Oh,
are they?
Oh, go serious.
Are they?
Go. Because I know I said, you have to say, what is that? Serious to do.
A bit in there.
You competent what kind? Who's the Franco? Actually, for the Colonel. Then I sometimes any analysis, what you about? I told you before, whatever you want to do. You will have to continue on. So I for the time. Sometimes go without ma.
Basit.
What you are to the future? This the way change. Yes,
okay. Basit, you better also asipa. Can sima bako pepe na no mienu abo na DJKA. And so eba na ordinary ababeto aso de amaye. Yintimi fa calls no ebium. Yes, remwa referee Dauda Seidu. Binim se mwo ensempa esenka chuchi hu enkomo. Nana God bless. Okay. Nana God bless. Baby awobia yetiao ewo Germany. O monitor program no live. Yedum besia na nyame yadum ochina. Yasan atrasibio. Medemo asipa nyame nshiramo. Yakramo.